You are unmuted.
I responded, why are you texting me? Defendant responded, come over now.
Sustained. 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 Sustained.
I responded, huh, what do you mean? Then I wrote, me, are you short? I meant to say sure. I think I meant to say sure. That's what I said to Pooper Tractor, Proctor Trooper. Miss McCabe, Madam Court Reporter is about 3 seconds away from having a seizure, all right? One person at a time, please. Defendant responded, I hope it's not short. I responded, what are you trying to say? How long to Fairview? I don't know, 3, 4 minutes? Yeah, you just, keep going straight. You take a right at the colors, and you keep going past till you get to the engines. Dot, not feather. Then I wrote your troubleshooting. I think it autocorrected. I think I meant trouble. It couldn't have happened. You know how I know? There was bread crust all underneath the seat, and it smelled like Skippy. Extra creamy. Right before the, memoirs of a geisha people, the me rub you wrong time. Which can only mean one of two things. Either a gaggle of kindergartners had broken into Matt's car, or Julie Nagel had been there. Yeah, sitting right in between Sarah and what looked like a loaf of sourdough in human form.
Sustained.
And I'll see you at sidebar. Speaking of sidebar, next Tuesday there will be no court, okay? It's National Mojito Day. Then I wrote, L.Y. darling, defendant responded, let's go all the way. We will be closed to observe the high holiday. Brian's son's birthday, yeah, the Nancy, yeah. Listen, I don't care what you like, just, don't do it around me, all right? Brian Jr. begged me to take them home because he had made secret birthday plans with gay Jeff. I responded, what do you take me for? You think I just lay on my back for anyone like I'm Julie Bagel? I believe I meant Nagel. And next thing I know, Nagel got her hand down my pants. I said, whoa, slow down, big fella. What are you looking for, peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Maybe if you were Sarah, but sorry, Nags, I don't swing that way. You know what I mean? For those wondering, yes, I will be doing my world-famous bottomless crab walk across Nauset Beach, okay? And I sent the defendant lyrics to Aretha Franklin's Respect. The Chatham Conservation Commission has declared my indecent crab walks to be a super attractor of great white sharks. However, if you couldn't tell, I do whatever I want. Mojito Day is my day, and I'm going to celebrate it how I celebrate it, okay? The taillight was cracked. I did not say it was missing. I said it was cracked. Look. If you look at this, okay, this tooth, that is cracked. That is not missing. I'm going to hit the waterfall. All right, I clearly am not in the skit, and I'm starting to get DTs. Not allowed back in until I finish cultural sensitivity training. Let's just go to Fairview and have drinks there. Come on, Brian, what do you say? You just redid your basement. I haven't seen it. Come on. Definitely. Yeah, as long as you got whiskey. As long as the crowd is, heterosexual whites. Oh, come on. Yeah, let's go. All right, everyone's invited. We're all going to the Alberts to have drinks.
Isn't that whore pretty? Oh my God, look at her. Look at her, your auntie. How are you guys doing today? It's so good to see you. I'm sorry I was late. I'm sorry, but we have a special guest today. And I was late because Hugin is a mess, okay? A real mess. Let me make sure my mic settings are still good because we all know how those like to change. Okay, excellent. They're fine. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, baby fish mouth sweeping the nation. Hello, Pat. Hello, Taryn Dusty. Hello, Amy Boyd. Hello, Dez. Hello, Haktua Rodriguez. Hello, Joseph. You do have a streaming internet addiction and you are grounded. Good morning, Curious Wendy. Of course, big turd, big old turd. That one is. Love her to death. Good morning, Azen, Grammy Shell, kind of sort of little hers. It's so good to see all of you. Thank you for joining me. The Hoogs rolled in another dog's shit today. Perhaps this is punishment because I showed you guys the monkey hand going up the dog's ass. Got a lot of heat for that one, but also got a lot of support. Very torn. It seems like it got more support than heat. However, I justified my thug to everybody by explaining it's not animal abuse if it's another animal. That's like complaining because you saw some shit on National Geographic. Listen, a monkey stuck its hand in a dog's ass. I didn't do it. I didn't train the monkey to do it. I don't think anybody did, actually. And also, what I found funny wasn't the hand going in the ass. That would be crazy. It was the monkey sniffing it. Like, what a curious little guy. It's not my fault I find that hilarious. In fact, I was cry laughing outside earlier thinking about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. If you can fix me, do it. But if not, you don't have to tell me if you don't like something. Just tell me if you like it. You know? Just the good stuff, people. Just come on. What a great day to talk about the subject matter we're going to dive into. Because if monkey hand in the dog butt did not alienate me, this sure will. Okay. Good morning, Dill Hole. I'm glad you pooped. Don't tell anyone about it. They'll get upset. Let's see who else is here. I want to go through all the kids. Let's see what kids are here. What do you guys got here? Your sound has improved since the Virgin run on Father's Day. Thank you so much. That is because I figured out that my microphone did not need that pop filter, and that I had a lot of shit turned down that should have been turned up. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you for saying that. Good morning, Amy Boyd. It's fine. It's animal nature. I was watching live when you showed it. It's okay. It's fine, right? I don't know. But a lot of people are like, I just want to support you for the monkey hand in the ass thing. I thought it was great. Love it when a monkey's hand goes in a dog ass. And I'm like, okay, you're being a little too supportive here, but I feel you. I feel you're right. You almost peed. Good. That's what I love to hear, you guys. That's what I want from this channel. I've been thinking a lot about what do I want from this experience, right? Because I mean, I do stand up. Like I could just go do that, right? But it's a little hard. You got to like book spots and you got to hope that it goes well and you got to hope that the audience is great. What do I want out of this, though? This is a different medium. This is new to your dad. I'm not used to this much access to strangers, and I shouldn't be allowed around strangers, but I am. So, with that said, I think what I want is for you all to piss yourselves. I think that's the goal. We're gonna somehow, get your Aunt Deb to relapse, and then I want you all to pee yourselves. I think that's the goal. If that makes me a psychopath, fine, so be it. It's going to be hilarious when it happens. I'd also love to see Rabbit just completely go insane and start wrenching us all and take this over and stand on a mountaintop and scream, I'm God now. That would be fun. But if it doesn't happen, it's fine. It's going to be okay. It's just monkeys monkeying around, right? Hey, with the monkeys. Put a hand right up your ass. Okay, here we go. What's up, Noel? Dillhole, did the pumpkin hit your face? Very interested in that answer. Good morning, Darlene. I have so many pens for you. You're going to be, it's raining pens. Hallelujah. You're going to be the Jen McCabe of pens, and I promise you that's a good thing. You thought it was funny too? Good. As long as you guys think it's funny. Joseph Kane is a new member. Thank you so much for being a member, Joseph. You're going to love today. Dad's going to alienate himself to the entire Karen Reed community. That's going to be fun, right? Watch my world crumble around me. Just kidding. We're going to be nice, actually. Oh my God, it's Uncle fucking Frank. Hi from work. Frank. Francis is back at work, you guys. I need to get a cheers button. Because when you're back at work, that means you're alive. I mean, it sucks that you have to work, but I'm just happy that you're here. And thank you for listening to us. Today, the topic is nurses and why they shouldn't be at work. Wait, no, I'm just kidding. This is gonna be fun though. We're gonna do something. The whole trial involving Karen Reed It's sad for many reasons. There's an injustice done to the victim who was murdered, and that trial, the prosecution, in my opinion, got the wrong guy, and it's piss poor. So that does no justice for the victim, right? Also, there's a second victim, the woman being cajoled by the police. The woman being, I wouldn't even say cajoled. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, fucking framed. So there's that. It's a lot. It's a lot. Uncle Frank's on day 3 of 3. Fuck yes. That is so sick. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. You got your apple crisps. Good morning, Ashley. Sherilyn's happy you're here, Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank says hi to everybody. Darlene says hi to everybody, saying hi to everybody. I love this. I love this. Aussie Insider is here today. You guys stoked? You stoked for an accent day? I love a fucking accent. I love a good accent. Love a good accent. And we got one of the best here today. I like to call her the Aussie Terry Gross. If you don't know who that is, she's an NPR personality, and her voice is strangely soothing. Like it's just the best voice. I could listen to her interview people all day, and I feel the same about Aussie Insider, and I'm very stoked to have her voice here today. One of my best angry lines to someone I hate. I look forward to reading your obituary someday. That's hilarious, Pat, but also kind of dark, but also kind of love it. So good job. I wouldn't say that like, if the Hertz guy forgot my car rental, but like it's good for somebody when you're in the heat of the moment. Love that for you. Hawk Tua says framed. I agree. It's a frame job. And see here, the reason that we're even doing any of this today, I should preface, is sweaty balls. Yes, that is, I'm talking that, but with a sick accent. Fucking rules. Dill hole, you're grounded, but very funny. It was a traumatic betrayal. Sure, I can see that. All the meatballs crew are jumping ship. Breland Traub, the smart rats be running. Okay. I don't know what anything you just said means, but I support you. Unless it's bad and you're trying to run a coup, then I don't, and you're grounded. I didn't wake up dead, and no name in the obituary. Fuck yeah, darling. Fucking dude. Cheers to all of you. Another day not waking up dead. How nice is that? Okay, so why are we here talking about all this shit? The reason we're here is because I like a couple of things. I like good ass marketing. I like interesting people. They can be interesting and still be weird, bad, good, all kinds of things. I just like good marketing. I like interesting people. And by fucking God, do I love a good speech, like a pep talk speech. I mean, I have found myself getting caught up in all kinds of like internal excitement because of a good speech. Even if it's like an evil speech, like you can still get pumped and then go, oh, fuck, I think I'm pumped for the baddies. Like you can't do that. You got to like back it up. But a good speech will move people. People forget words do fucking matter. Okay. I need to learn that most of all. But it's something that I think people forget. Like, let me put it this way. Bombs will destroy something, right? But words can build something up. Now, what you're building, very scary sometimes. It can be something bad or good, You can have a speech like Martin Luther King, or you can have a speech like Hitler. It can go one of two ways, all right? You can be trying to hurt people or trying to help people. So a good speaker is something that's really necessary when there's a movement, any kind of movement, bowel movement to political movement to true crime movement, whatever. It can really move someone, and it can then move someone else, who moves someone else, who moves someone else. And then before you know it, boom, revolution, right? Like it's like a bunch of people that are like, yes, fucking yes, baby fish mouth, Rudy, like the tiniest bit of change can affect a ripple of people. And then before you know it, everyone's doing the fucking wave, dude. Now, again, this can go in a bad way or a good way. Your Aunt Deborah has a great way of giving a speech, She likes to fucking put me on blast for my, go to the meeting, but let's just be real. He needs to go to the fucking meeting, right? But let's be real. Aunt Deb has a way. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but she can get someone goosed up, dude. She got me pumped. She gave me a speech that I can only describe as like a fucking coach at the Super Bowl at halftime gives the team that's a little down. Here's the thing. Wasn't really a little down, just kind of like, what direction do I want to take this shit? You know, this channel. What do I want to do next? I've got a list of things, but I need to get organized. And we're talking about creative shit and how to do that, how to organize it. And she gives me this speech. Oh my God, dude. It was her go to the meeting, but it was like, you need to fucking start at the beginning and go through this trial and break it down and do all that. And I was like, whoa. I didn't even want to do it until she said that shit. And then I was like, now I want to fucking do it, right? Look at this. Pat has a good point. All right. My team's coaches were so fucking negative all the time. I constantly told them we need positive feedback. Lift us up instead of tearing us apart. They don't listen. Thank you. I'm one of those people. If I'm about to go on stage and you say, hey, tear ass out there, you're going to do a good job. Break a leg, high five, you're the best. I'm like, fucking yeah. And I do a good job. But if you piss me off and you say, fucking get mad, then I'm even more like, fuck yeah. But if you're like, don't fuck it up, I'm like, and then I'm going to fuck it up. That's just how I am. I don't know why. I haven't heard a good speech in 30. Oh, I'll show you a fucking good speech. We'll play you some good speeches. We'll get Aunt Deb in here, dude. I'll give you a good fucking speech. A good speech is one that moves you and makes you change. Whether it's your thinking, your behavior, yourself, your life, whatever, it makes you want to change. It makes you want to do something a little different. She gave me a speech that was like those late night infomercial people. Oh my God. Did I need a singing fish? No. Did they convince me my life is empty without one? Yes. Perfect example. Okay. Aunt Deb sold me on the singing fish. Okay. And the singing fish is this trial. And guess what? Big mouth Billy Bass. Love him. Love having him on my wall. As I dive more into it myself, getting prepped for the future for us, I'm starting to get a little fucking riled up, right? But I had to think to myself, hey, you know what? Okay, we're gonna take out a fucking. All right, there we go. Sorry, I'm self-regulating today. I don't think Rabbit's here, so I'm like I'm scanning the chat. All right, okay, here we go. So here's what I'm thinking. I was thinking like, how do I present this in a way that makes it less confusing than it was for me? Because the way I did it when I watched the trial is anytime I had a question, I would text Melanie or I would have to Google it and I get a whole bunch of different explanations. When I would text Melanie, you know, she doesn't have all fucking day to explain this shit to me, but she'd break it down. She got me a little bit more on board and then she got me real on board and then I was on her side. She has very convincing arguments. But there's things that I had to catch up to. And I'm thinking like, what's the thing that really, really like I would have benefited from? What's something that I can help anybody who's getting into the trial in order to consume it faster? And I think the thing that I think the best way to do it is to start big and then get small. You know what I mean? Let's start with the characters because when you're telling a story or when you're explaining a situation, it's best to explain the characters. Remember what Lally was doing? He's like, fucking this guy, naming all these people. It's like, I don't fucking know who these people are. I think this is something that perhaps would have benefited me, is having an explanation of what are you fucking talking about? Who is this person? What do they do? What do they have to do with this shit? So that's what I want to do for you. Okay. Now, one of the most confusing things was deciphering the lingo, the language, the vocabulary, the lexicon. What do I mean by that? I heard a man, you might have heard him before, Mr. Turtle Boy. I heard him say crusty panties. I said, hold up. Pardon me? Say that again. Crusty panties. What does crusty panties mean? Do you know how embarrassing that is to fucking text to a lawyer, an esteemed lawyer like Melanie? It's a lot. It's a lot. Do you know how moronic I felt asking Twitter? What the fuck is, who are we calling crusty panties now? Shit, for the first week, it took me forever to figure out that Auntie Bev is the fucking judge. I thought her name was Judge Canoni. Like, it threw me for a loop. I feel like Joseph is onto something, dude. I feel like Joseph is onto something. Julia Stiles was in Canton that night. She was Chloe's getaway ride. Excellent, excellent. Hey, you know what, eyeballs? It's okay. I don't sleep good either. So when you don't sleep good, it's okay to be fussy in the morning. You get a pass, all right? Deaf water. KP it's a code, right? KP, it means crusty bad. Wouldn't it be nice to know that so that you don't spend 2 weeks going, why is he talking about these crusty fucking panties, right? It is hilarious. It is hilarious. Closet baby. Oh, there's another one, right? You're not going to hear that anywhere else. Where did that come from? There's a lot of different things in this trial that I think I would have benefited from knowing early on. So what I want to do is I want to start big and go small. We're going to explain lexicon and vocabulary today. And we're going to start with not the key players, but the outliers. What does that mean? The outliers are people who, they might not be testifying in the trial. Okay. They might not be related to anyone in the trial. They really have a connection, perhaps, that they have brought themselves into, if that makes sense. For example, journalists, media personalities, lots of YouTubers, anybody who has impacted this trial from afar, who doesn't actually fucking know the people personally in it. Or maybe they know one or two, but they're not like involved, so to speak, as in they weren't there, they're not testifying, they're not a witness. So we're going to do that, okay? We're going to do that. And give me 1 second here, because there we go. Excellent. Going to do a little regulation. So today we're going to do that. And we have a special guest to join us. Now, because again, I'm a comedian, I'm into OSINT. And I'm just kind of like, I used to be a journalist, but I'm just kind of navigating through this sea myself after, I maybe watched 75 to 90% of the trial. I went through a lot of the background stuff. I spent a lot of time looking into who's this, what's this, what does this mean? I think I got it sussed out, but I don't want to get something wrong with this. I don't want to fuck up too bad because these people are fucking crazy. Not just the positive ones that I'm going to talk about today, the ones that I adore, but we're also going to have a day we're going to talk about the baddies, aka the pieces of shit. Sometimes when you're walking through a minefield, you get blown up. Sometimes when you're walking through a pasture, you're going to step in a patty of shit. Wouldn't it be nice to know ahead of time, hey, don't go in that pasture. There's too much shit out there. Hey, look out. There's a mine right there. You're going to fucking blow up if you do that. We're going to do that today. We're going to go through all of it. All right. We're going to do the baddies on another day, the goodies today, aka the people who are impacting the case, I think, in a positive direction. Keep in mind, I'm a bit biased because, I just am the fucking facts, the evidence, right? However, I'm always willing to be swayed if new information is presented to me. In this case, I don't have to be unbiased, right? I like to be. We're going to present it exactly how the jury saw it. However, I'm also going to give you a little of the cheese made because it's so much. It's so much. There's no way to avoid it. So we may as well tackle it head on. Like Eminem said, just tell me all the other weird shit first, and then we'll get to the gabagool. You know what I mean? So I need someone to keep me in check, to correct me if I'm wrong, to give me checks and balances. So one of the people on our list is here today. Super excited. Let me see if she's ready because we're about to go through this. Actually, I'm going to give her a moment. I think she is ready, but I'm going to play you a video so that I can pull my shit out and get us started. And I think what we're going to start with is a little something to get you pumped up. Okay? Because I know how you kids are. You need a little good pump me up. One of your favorite calls to arms. One of your favorite people. You know her, the turd, big turd, wrote us a theme song. We really love it. We really love it. So we're going to go ahead and play that for you now. Take a moment, get ready, get jacked, because when we come back, we're going to have your girl all the way from Aussie land, the land of the kangaroo. You know how much we love kangaroo meat here. Let's go ahead and watch our theme song, and then we will get to Miss Aussie Insider. You kids ready? You ready? Here we go.
We fairy children, lost and wild, Dad, Con, punishes us, each and every child. But we are feral children, we thrive on chaos. Dad may try to punish us, he will never tame us. Hell in the cell, hell in the cell. It's Dad's test of out might. All kids will go in to fight. There is only one survivor. Bring a shiver, a screwdriver. Punishment is kinetic dance. Leotards moving in a trance. It's the feral children's penance, watching camel toes prance. My Auntie Deb is a whore. We are feral children, lost and wild. Dad punishes us, each and every child. But we are feral children, we thrive on chaos. Dad may try to punish us, he will never tame us. My Auntie Deb is a fucking whore. Hell in the cell, hell in the cell. Test of out might. All kids will go in to fight. There is only one survivor. Bring a shiver, a screwdriver. Punishment is kinetic dance. Leotards moving in a trance. It's the feral children's penance, watching camel toes prance. Auntie fucking Deb is a goddamn whore. But we are feral children, we thrive on chaos. Dad may try to punish us, he will never tame us.
Alrighty. Of course, your favorite call to arms. Now let's go ahead and bring her in. You guys know her as the best aunt ever. She's Auntie Aussie. She's got a cool Aussie accent. She is a big, I would call it, player or outlier in the players of the Kangaroo trial. This woman is really smart, wicked smart. She does it from afar, and we love that for her. Let's bring her in. It's Aussie Insider, everyone. Hello, Aussie.
Hey, Obi, my favorite kind of psychopath. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Did you think the dog or the monkey hand in the dog boat was funny, or did you think it was fucked up?
Oh my God, I thought it was funny. I mean, it was funny in a fucked up way, but it was funny.
Good. I'm glad. I got some weird messages like, you're a sick bitch. And I was like, bitch, you don't think that's a little, like, monkeys are so curious, dude. Like, what a crazy monkey.
I love monkeys.
Yeah, me too. Do you ever see you see a lot of monkeys out there in Australia, or is it like America where they put them in cages and shit?
Yeah, we just have them in cages.
But the koalas are allowed to roam free, right? Uh-oh, I think she froze. Or did I freeze? Look.
Oh, it's gonna do this because I logged on, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Are you still in the woods? How's your tiny home going?
Oh, my tiny home's like freaking holding everything up right now. It's so depressing. But I'm getting there slowly. Like I finally
literally?
got. Sorry.
Like literally, it's holding everything up, or like it's being held up. Like you can't get it yet.
It's being held up. Paperwork. It's driving me nuts. But I did actually, reach a milestone with some of the paperwork this month. So. Yay, but I just got another one in front of me now.
Paperwork, is it like an imports exports thing? Because I know they're weird about like bringing dogs into the country. You told me about like cigarettes are expensive, vapes are impossible to get. So is it like that? Is it customs or?
Oh, well, the customs wasn't fun. Thanks to my audience, they helped me actually get my customs cleared. The customs wasn't fun at all, but that's all in the past now. Like it's just paperwork now. Plus, because the customs cost me so much, I had to spend money I'd put aside for the septic system because the island doesn't have town water or town sewage. So I got to install a special type of septic system.
That is the wrong topic to bring up. You know how obsessed I am with poop and where it goes and how we dispose of it. Hold on a second. You got it. Yeah, I know. We're going to derail this whole episode. Wait, so you have to build your own septic system?
I don't have to build it myself. It's just there's only 2 that are approved on the island, and I can't afford the other one, and I've spent the money for the cheaper one now on customs. So I'm kind of stuck with that.
No.
So
This
I
is
save up again.
unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Do we need to have a donation drive for your crapper? Because I will do it in a second. I will
For
do
my
it.
crapper.
Your crapper. Hey, you got a few extra bucks? Don't flush them down the toilet. Give them to Aussie so she can have a toilet. What do you think of that?
That's a good idea. I've got a crapper donation link in my description of all of my videos.
Okay. So Cash for Craps. Cash for Craps. Go to it. She's got a link underneath her videos. You guys can go to PayPal. You can go hit her up. We'll put a link below this. We got to get you that crapper. This is unacceptable. Amy wants to know where the poop goes.
Where does the poop go? In a septic system.
Mhm.
In the septic system that I'm getting, it goes into the ground.
And then
Basically.
it costs a lot of money here. I mean, in Texas, we had a septic tank. It costs a lot of money because then not only do you have to put it in, it's got to be put in the right place, right? And then it has to be emptied. So you have to have someone come out and empty all your shit. They take all the poopa caca, take all the pee pee. If you get shit clogged, it's a whole ordeal. This is an expensive situation.
That's one type. The one I've got is actually it goes it's a ground air. It's a I can't remember what you call it. I've got to look it up to remember the words. But it goes into like a field area on the ground, and then it gets turned back into dirt.
Okay, so compost. It's like a compost toilet. That's exciting.
It's like a fancy compost, kind of, yeah.
And I know that it works because I just watched a movie. I think it was called Martian, and it had Matt Damon in it. And in that, he takes shits while he's stranded on Mars, and he uses them to grow potatoes. So I fully believe in that. And I think we need to raise you some money for that crapper. I can't handle the fact that you're struggling to shit. That's not right.
It's not fair, and it's not right.
It's not fair, and it's not right. You have waded through shit in the form of this trial for the masses. So the masses need to help you form masses and then have a place to put them. And I fully support that. And we're going to be pimping this cash for craps. We're going to be pimping this. Yeah, this is a way higher ROI than crypto. I agree. We're beyond crypto here, all right? We're into crapto. Do you understand? We're on crapto now.
Craps is actually a game here, a gambling game.
Oh, here too. Oh, I lost half the family farm in Vegas. I know what craps is. I stay away from that. Can't fuck with that. Look at Turd. I just poop in the backyard. So gross. Some people poop inside. I know, right? Disgusting. Turd is hilarious because she takes shits in like a gold toilet, but she likes to tell people she shits outside. She's hilarious. We did have a pretty good question up here. We're not gonna listen, Amy. We've talked about this. It's rude to ask people what direction their toilet flushes, okay? You can't just ask that. I'm fine with where does a poop go, but let's not get bogged down in directions here, okay?
Well, it's a very interesting thing that she's asking about, because in the Southern Hemisphere, our water goes down the drain the opposite way to yours.
Shut up. Wait, I'm sorry I told you to shut up, but also shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Like, wait, what? Why? Oh no, she did shut up. Fuck. Aussie, are you there? Aussie. Can you hear me?
I can now. Sorry.
Oh, wait.
I got kidnapped.
I told you shut the fuck up, and then you went quiet. I was like, no. So wait, why does the water go back? I thought that was a joke. Is that real?
No.
That's
because
real.
we're in the Southern Hemisphere, because the force of gravity is opposite at the bottom pole as it is at the top pole.
I'm so fucking. I can't even handle time zones. Now you're telling me water runs backwards?
And your whirly gigs go the opposite way. So your hurricanes are our cyclones. The hurricane spins the opposite direction to a cyclone.
Wait, what? Hold on. I'm learning a lot. Hold on. Wait, what? A cyclone? Is a cyclone because it spins the other way?
Yeah.
I
think so. Pretty sure it does. Could be
During
wrong about that way. Sure it is with the water. I could be wrong about the wind. But I think that's how it is. You have cyclones.
During the hurricane, I didn't know the difference between a hurricane and a cyclone. Nobody knew. And now you're telling me it's that it runs opposite way. This is insane. And also, how does gravity I'm this is
Oh my God.
I just
Yeah.
found out a few years ago that Nebraska exists and that jackalopes aren't real. So this is a real fucking doozy for me to wrap my head around.
I'm
Water,
sure we got a few of those tonight, haven't we?
I feel so stupid. Blame Pascal for that info. I'm very upset. It is interesting, but I'm very upset. Yeah, I apologize to you, Amy. I had no idea that was a good question. And thank you, but my fucking mind is blown right now. Water going backwards because of gravity is not something I was prepared for today.
Mhm.
And it's called the clitoris effect, apparently, or something. Delilah, welcome. You're awesome. Did you know about this water? Yeah, Nebraska is real. It's not just a place Aunt Becky used to work. It turns out it's a real state. Wow, this is a big morning for your dad. Just learned a lot. And we say poo, not poop. You guys don't say poop?
Yeah, we say poo,
Why?
but I don't know
No time for the extra pee.
because it's poo.
Yeah, because you guys are in a hurry. You don't have time to add the pee. You got to go. You're in Australia. You're running from dingoes and spiders and fucking snakes. I get it.
It depends. If I'm insulting someone, I'll say poopy head or something. I'll stick the P on it.
Turd makes a great point. We can't trust the Brits. We saw what happened in the American Revolution. But what is this? What is this? She says the encyclopedia says that they flush the same way. Are you kids pranking me? Did you get with Aussie Insider to prank dad? The water goes backwards.
You can't trust the Brits. You know why? Because they're in the middle. They don't know which way their water goes.
Wait a minute.
It might change because you know how the Earth's axis spins, topples a little bit, like as the
No,
Earth.
I don't know how it spins. That's the problem, Aussie. I can't even figure out fucking time zones. You're telling me we're spinning now, and also that. Wait, I have a headache. What way does their water go? Now I want to know. Well, wait.
Look that shit up, man.
Their shits just crash into each. I have we're gonna do a Science Friday. We're gonna do a Science Friday, and we're gonna find out where the water goes in Britain. Because is that why their teeth? Never mind. I'm not gonna ask that. I don't want to get canceled. Okay, we'll figure this out later. I had you at clitoris effect. I'm very confused by all of this. What is a chook?
Choke. It's a choke. Choke.
Like choking the chicken? Why do you say choke and not just chicken?
Choke. It's not choke, it's choke.
Chalk?
Nope. Choke.
This does need eyebrows. I need eyebrows.
Like talk.
Chook. Chook.
Took the book to the nook.
The chook. Chook. Why do you call it a chook? Do they make that noise there? Do they go chook, 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 chook? Or
It could be why. Actually, I don't know. It could be.
this is more important than any other conversation going on the internet right now. Where's the shit go? What way does the water go? And what's a chook? That's fuck. This could be 3 hours I could spend on this. Yeah, they do make that noise. Chook, 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 chook. They make a weird noise like that.
Well, that's how we call our chooks in for the night. Like if we're going to put them away, I'll just go out in the paddock and go chook.
Where are you putting these chooks at? What do you mean inside for the night? You put your chooks inside?
In their chookie house.
A chookie house?
I don't know. In the chicken pen. I think that's what you call it.
We have a thing here called a snookie. And all I want now is for Snooki to go to Australia so she could start a farm and call it Snooki's Chookies. And I'm going to be thinking about that for a long time. Hey, I do actually want to ask you this question. Turd asked it earlier. I was looking for it earlier, Turd. I lost it. Thank you for keeping me on track. How'd you get so fucking smart? Did you go to school? Did you graduate? Post-grad? Are you a scientist? What do you do for a living? Are you a chookman? Do you raise chooks? What do you do?
No, I don't raise chooks. My neighbours and stuff do, but not me. Actually, our dog just ate the neighbour's chooks a little while back, so we're kind of in a bit of poop with the neighbours right now. You know, like his prize bantams. It's like naughty dog.
My dog's allergic to chooks now. And that was one of the reasons, by the way, you guys, I know y'all were asking me about the dog show. Didn't even get to go to the dog show. And here's why. Mookie's got a big rash on his belly because he got into a chook. He had a chook. He had a bit of chook and he got a rash. He's very allergic to them now.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And so he got a big rash on his belly. We had to take care of our little Hoogan first. Hoogan's first. You know the motto here, people. But very curious when a dog eats a chicken or attacks it, because I grew up, we had chooks, we had dags. Always wondered, do they just eat the flat feathers? Do they pluck them out? What do they do? You can't eat a feather, right? Do they poop the feathers out? Have you ever seen feather in a poop? Because I've never seen a feather in a poop, but I've seen dead chickens.
Yeah, hang around dogs long enough, you get to see some feathers in poops.
Okay. I feel like someone would take those poop feathers and try to sell them on Etsy for something. Southern Hemisphere is opposite land, and people walk on their hands and drive with their butts, and they all age backwards like Benjamin Button. And that's why you guys drive on the other side of the road too, I bet.
Yeah, we do.
Gravitational pull. This all makes sense now. Yes, the Mookies. My doggy is the Mookies. He's very upset. He has a rash on his belly. He's learned how to reach it because he lost 5 pounds.
So to answer Turdy's question,
yes,
I don't think I am that smart, to be honest. I think I just got the logic smarts, like I just can work shit out logically. But I do have a degree in software engineering.
There we are.
Databases is my groove. And I also went back a couple of years ago back to uni to study international law, justice at Harvard, international law at the Lille University in France. And then I was going to go on from international law to study human rights law. But I really got frustrated with international law. This is how international law works, right? Whatever America says goes.
Yeah, because we're the dickheads. We're the decades, as Miss Shorty puts it. We there's a really good bit by Lewis Black who used to say that America would be fine internationally. Like people would love us if we were more humble, where if we would just be the football star, but also be nice. But instead, we're the guy who shows up late at night, kicks the door open and goes, I'm the fucking best and all you motherfuckers wouldn't be shit without me. And I'm like, yeah, that's us, dude. Like 100%. Even if we're wrong. Like, I feel like we're not humble about our shit and we're not helpful when we need to be. And we also tend to start a bunch of shit and dip. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
let me fuck your world up and then let me go. Like, that's
right.
That's what we did.
Let me create this new international law so I can fuck up your entire country and then retract that law so it doesn't apply to us.
Exactly.
That's pretty much how it works. So I get a little frustrated with that. And so when I finished that, I went, that I don't think I can do this anymore. Like if that's what international law is like. And
nope, we got a little cut out there, but we'll let her know where we left off. We left off on if that's what international law is like.
Sorry.
No, you're cool. We left off on if that's what international law is like, is the last thing we heard.
Yeah, and human rights law is based on it, then I don't want to do any more that was just frustrating. It was really hard to get through that course without wanting to rip heads off. I was like,
yeah,
all these countries are wrong, but you're right, but you're doing the same thing.
Well, here's the thing. We're actually doing much worse. I feel like I don't
want to insult you and like go all out.
No,
like
insult us. We deserve it.
About it, but I won't.
If I had to come up with a metaphor, we are the head of the football team. We're getting all the scholarships, right? We're playing all the big games. We call all the calls. We call all the shots. We get away with everything. We drunk drive, we with bad behavior, even though, we should be studying. We get terrible test grades. And because our parents are rich, they cover it up. That is us. Okay. We are secretly really dumb, but we get away with it because we play football good. That's pretty much America, I think. And I also am very concerned because when you look at, I mean, I went to school in Texas. Like, our education system is shit comparatively to the rest of the world, and so is our medical care. Like, people cannot believe that if you get MRSA here, they will sometimes just let you die because you don't have insurance. That's
Yep.
like unheard of in other places.
Hmm.
I think we're down in what, the lower like 20, like we're literally ranked with third world countries.
Right.
And it's really fucking crazy that we get away with that shit. Like, I agree 100%. So international law is a lot. I feel like we both kind of have a similar path with a couple of differences. Like, I went to school for journalism, but I ended up becoming a comic. But years later, I went back to school for criminology and
Yeah.
criminal justice and had to take these policing classes. And taking those classes made me I mean, I never wanted to be a cop to begin with, but the corrections classes mainly made me go, oh, holy shit. Like, there's this whole level to the justice system that I don't think I could never work in it, even
Yeah.
though I think it needs to change dramatically because I just know myself. I know I cannot. I would be depressed all the fucking time and I'd be angry. So I work in the digital forensic side. But the thing that's similar with us is I also work in a lot of databases and stuff. So,
Right.
but I'm not as organized as you. You're insanely organized and you're really good at putting things in a consumable structure. And that's something that I kind of struggle with because I'm all over the map. So I thought, what better way to put myself in check or make sure that I'm not fucking up than to have you here to regulate, because I feel like everyone we're going to talk about today, or
No shit.
of.
We're both in trouble then, because I'm actually really a mess. And the only time that I sound organized is when I pre record, because I actually sit down and work my thoughts out first and then I record. So it does sound very organized, but it's not because I am.
Well, that's then it's going to be fun. But I also think that it's your brain that's organized. You know what I mean? I feel like if I were to say, Grant Smith Ellis is a really smart guy, you would be like, hey, shut the fuck up. It's not true. And you're looking like an idiot. Like, I need that. I need somebody to go, no, 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 you're thinking of someone else. And
Well,
also
here's
to,
the thing. He actually is. He just because he's on the spectrum, he only has an interest in the specific thing he wants to be interested in, and that's what he's smart about. Like, my brother is like further on the spectrum, way further on the dysfunctional side of the spectrum than I am. And he has a very difficult time communicating with people
yeah.
without insulting them and stuff. But he is super, super, super smart when it comes to like motors and engines.
See, I normally I totally believe your brother, but I think Grant's just faking it. I think he's getting off on this disability shit. He literally, the first thing on his Tinder is disabled, but he's chasing people and screaming at them. So I'm like, and I understand disabilities come in many forms, but also he seems to be very, very hell bent on being polite to people who agree with them and being able to regulate his emotions and know his audience enough to know, hey, I can be a dick now. So for me, I kind of feel like this guy's a fucking fraud, but I'm also like fine saying that because I'm
You
not.
could be right. He's
Yeah.
definitely got something going on. I don't know that it's the spectrum, I just gotta
Mm.
I don't like to diagnose people. I'm not, because it was difficult enough for me to handle my own diagnosis. I don't like to diagnose other people because it can be a difficult thing to set right in your own brain. So I don't,
Mm.
like, I'm gonna
For
say
me, I'm undiagnosing him. As far as I'm concerned, he's just an asshole. Uh, because
fair
I think and I think the problem is Wendy lets him zip her dress in the morning, but that's just my opinion.
right.
And I
I
agree
agree
with.
with you that it's deliberate. I don't
Oh,
believe that there's anything unconscious going on. It's all deliberate.
yeah,
So I
it's
totally agree with you there.
very cold and calculated. But we're going to talk about him another day. What I want to do is I want to
He goes
explain.
into the bad list. That's another list altogether.
Oh yeah, no, that's the bad list. Today we're going to do the
Bad
good list.
guys.
Today, we're going to do the list of the people that I think impact the trial more than they know. I think they should all be celebrated. This is my celebrate list, not my celebrate, but I do agree with you, Turd. Absolutely. There's some, we'll get into whiffing. He could take a whiffing of this fucking shit. I'll show you some shit. But yes, I agree that Joe, hey, Joe Biffle. I think that this,
we so need to break down the whiffing thing together, like when we're doing the bad guys list. We
Yeah.
so need to break that down together because we're both on the same wavelength with that shit. We know what that database is. We know what that shit means.
I
People
think
don't listen to us, but if you work in databases, you know that shit.
I think it's a McAfee situation. You know what I mean? When McAfee went rogue and started acting like a dickhead and didn't really understand his own software capability. I feel like this guy, it's also Elon. Like, I hate to say it, everybody fucking loves to fucking jump up my ass because I don't like Elon. But let's be real. This motherfucker doesn't know shit. He's the money guy. He bought somebody else's idea and he relies on other people to get shit done in a timely fashion. And he gets mad if it doesn't. But if you asked him to build one of those fucking Cybertrucks, he probably couldn't. And that's how I kind of feel about that situation. I feel like this is someone who's fucking way off base and way off database. And I do mean that as a pun. But yeah, I think that that would be a really fucking good shit. I think that would be a good episode. We have to get Abby because she's really good at this shit too.
Not so clever on the databases. Abby's
okay. She's more on the
Abby and I know our lanes, if that makes sense. She's definitely digital movies and AVR, audio visual and recordings. She's in that field and it's way over my head. So that's her lane.
Did she do the infotainment? Somebody did an infotainment one that, like, I was like, that's exactly, that was you?
The one just in the last couple of days, that was me.
Oh shit. Okay. I was listening to that. I was that fucking brilliant. I have a whole playlist and I'm just going down in an order. So that probably was you. I just remember, like, infotainment is very difficult to understand. And someone sent me a bunch of info of their work in the Daniel Robinson case. And I learned more about infotainment from looking at that case. And I still haven't finished it all. Than anything.
Do you know what it is? It's just a fancy smartphone for the car.
Yeah.
It's not that big a deal.
But I'm really into cars. So, like, I like building and, like, working on my own car. And I think it's,
yes, so do I.
yeah, it's fucking, are you a Honda girl? What do you have? What do you got? A Daewoo? No.
I've got a Toyota LX model.
Okay. Love Toyotas. Used to have one myself. Yeah, I think it's
big ass four-wheel drive.
Have you noticed how far the car computers have come? Like, it used to be like a computer with a beep code to tell you what's wrong with it. That kind of used to be how cars were. And now it's like we're in fucking Mac AI mode. Like, the infotainment's on modern vehicles, the whole system, the way it's set up, and the things it can log. I mean, as intricate and I would say complex as Cellbrite in some situations. It's like you have a mini one in each car in some makes and models, and it can really change, I think, forensics and how it's presented by witnesses in court. And it's really hard to explain. Well, it used to be really hard to explain. Now it's really easy to explain. But the way they did it in this trial, it looked complicated. There was nothing. They just, like, lied, or I guess the way it looked to me was this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he was bad at keeping the logs.
If you break down Trooper Paul's testimony into, there's actually truth mixed in there. I'm not entirely sure that he was lying about anything. What I'm sure of is that there's a date column missing. I'm absolutely 2000% sure that chip that he says he hooked up to records the date for the event log, for the key cycles and the extraordinary events. It definitely records the date. If that's the video you're talking about that you're watching, then that was my video. So I'm not entirely sure that he did the plugging into plugging in the Toyota tech stream into the actual airbag unit to extract the data, or if
But
he was just given a spreadsheet with
Yeah.
the data and the date column already moved, and then he worked off of that spreadsheet. Because it sounds to me like that's probably closer. Like I feel like he probably did lie if he said he took it from the tech stream. I reckon Guarino tried to kill
Boom.
the tech stream first,
That's what
and
I
he couldn't kill it.
So I think, first of all, I don't think Trooper Paul should have touched it. I'm of that opinion. He shouldn't have ever touched it.
No,
In
I
fact,
agree.
when that was happening, I was still technically enrolled in school, but I was still conversing with a professor who was looking at another cold case with me. And oddly, there were some infotainment issues with an older model car, like the first year they started putting these complex systems in. And I brought this up, like the whole Trooper Paul situation. And he agreed, like, I don't care if you're statey or not. If it's not your specialty, if you're not a forensics expert, that should have gone to a lab. It should have gone to a tech, somebody in auto, like specifically the digital auto forensic. Like, he should have never touched it. There shouldn't have been any extraction by him or fucking that dipshit.
He's
That
only
guy,
got a college degree. He certainly wasn't equipped to recreate an accident from the data.
no.
So, but the thing is, I found the video that he listened to do his testimony. I
Mhm.
found the actual video, which is what I put up on my channel. Just I interrupted a lot, explaining what they were talking about. But if you watch that whole video of that tech guy talking about the tech stream, Trooper Paul almost said word for word what he said.
Mhm.
And so for me, it sounds like he's found, he's done what I do. When I want to pull something apart on my car, I look it up on YouTube and I find out the details. And then, like a couple of months ago, I completely dismantled my entire front bumper and replaced all my old glass lights with LED lights.
I was about
Headlights.
to ask, were you trying to do your headlights? Because I was just telling Jimmy he needs to do his on his own, and then he couldn't figure it out. And then I realized, shit, he's got a Jeep. He's got to take apart the entire front bumper, which is a
Right.
bastard. Yeah.
You do have to take the whole front bumper off. But I also, because my car's a really old model, it's a 96 model. It does have a chip in it, but it's not anywhere near as modern as the chips that we're talking about in Karen's car. But I had the buckets that hold my headlights in. They were also rusted. So a little bucket that actually clips onto the front of the car, and you can adjust the direction of your headlights by moving that bucket around.
Yeah, it's a chassis for your Toyota headlamp assembly.
Right. So I ended up having to buy an entire assembly from the wreckers to replace it because they were all rusty, and that's what I got failed on for my Rego. I got failed on rusty buckets.
What, dude? They would never do that here. And also, Rusty Buckets is a great nickname.
Rusty buckets.
I'm gonna call you Rusty Buckets from now on, Aussie Insider, because you're fucking headlight.
Anyway, I had to buy the whole assembly to get new buckets, and then I ditched, I ended up with 15 freaking headlights. But I bought these beautiful JTX LED headlights. Oh my god, they are so to die for. It's like freaking daylight when I'm driving at nighttime now. It's crazy.
Are they?
It's awesome.
They're white, right? They're a white light.
I can change it. It depends. I can switch it to a yellow light if it's foggy, or white light, or there's a controller for it if I want to do colored lights or whatever.
That's what I was gonna ask you. As soon as you said that, because I'm an Amazon queen. Like, I'm obsessed with it, but I also like to use my VPN to shop on Amazon in other countries, have it sent to a friend, and then have them mail it to me.
Look at the JTXs. If your son's going to replace his headlights, they're so freaking awesome, and they're an Australian product.
Oh no, not my son, Jimmy, Aunt Deb. I was bitching at her. She was driving around Canton with one fucking headlight, like she's fucking Jacob Dylan, and I'm like, dude, you can't do.
We're gonna have to have a yak, Auntie Deb.
Yeah, they're gonna pull your ass over and fucking arrest you and beat the shit out of you and go, this is that fucking Judge Bev guy from the TikTok, but he got it replaced by someone else. I just did it. I was like, it's so easy. You could just clip it in And then I found out this man drives a Jeep and I need to shut the fuck up because with Jeeps, not easy.
No, it's not easy with
Nope.
Toyota in the four-wheel drive
Yeah.
Land Cruiser either.
Yeah.
Anyway,
True.
we're getting sidetracked. We're doing it again. You've got to start your.
No, this is
Beautiful.
great shit because if we hadn't gone off on this, you wouldn't have triggered something in my head that made me think. You said the front light assembly on your car, and I'm
Mhm.
starting to think about that tail light with Karen.
Mhm.
And the benefit of knowing a bit about cars is that I used to be a pretty bad driver, and my boyfriend's a terrible driver, and I don't want him to hear me say that, so I'm whispering. But he hits a lot of things. He hits a lot of things. He has a Prius. When he hits things, he breaks his taillight. I have broken my taillight in a Honda, a Toyota, a Dodge Ram pickup. I've been to a lot of pick and pulls. You just reminded me. My neighbor, he drives a Lexus. It's very similar to Karen's. It's 1 year apart. When this trial was going down, there was a point where I dragged his ass outside so that I could stand next to his vehicle headlight, measure it. Then I dragged Dylan outside because he's the same height as John O'Keefe. And I'm like, let's see how, I did that. I was being annoying. And one of the things that was interesting is I noticed neighbor's taillight was cracked. And I thought that's interesting because the only time I ever saw him hit anything was when he was fishtailing his ass out of the driveway, wasted, should have been drunk driving, did yell at him for that, but he's my neighbor. I'm not his mom. What am I going to fucking say? Anyway, he wanted to go get smokes. He did hit a fence, and he hit it pretty fucking hard. And then he tried to back up out of position, and then he hit another fence very fucking hard. Then he hit our light pole, which is why I think we have a lot of internet problems now. Now, he lied about this. We told him the next day. He then quit drinking for a while, but I will say this much. He hit 3 things with that tail light that day. When
No.
I was standing next to him, I said, "Did you hit something again, Raymond? Where did this crack come from?" He said, "That's from the last time." And I went, "What?" Because I did notice. Didn't have to replace anything. Tiny
Dog
crack.
in.
Smashed into shit like 3 fucking times, right?
Right.
I think about that all the time with the Karen Reed stuff. Like hitting a dude, it's not going to do that. Like, it's just not going to do that. It's not going to do that.
It's
right?
not going to do that.
It's not
Right.
gonna do that.
I hit a kangaroo Christmas Day 2 Christmases ago. I was
What?
out. I was out. I was driving to my daughter's place. She lives in the middle of freaking nowhere on the top of the tablelands, and it's full deer and roo country. And so it was like 5 o'clock in the morning. The kids had rung, my grandkids had rung me and said, "You got to get here, Grandma, because we want to open our presents." So I was trying not to rush because I didn't want to hit a roo or, smash my car up.
Yeah.
I'm like traveling at about, I must have been doing about 60, but I spotted the roo just because I was driving by Braille. All I had was the dotted line that I could see on the road. I couldn't see anything. It was fog. And I just caught it out the corner of my eye. So I hit the picks and I hit the roo as well at the same time that I hit the brake. So I was probably
you gotta stop saying roo. Roo is what we call the little sweet baby kangaroo in Winnie the Pooh. And all I'm picturing is you just slaughtering this tiny little cute guy. Is that what y'all call them, roos?
Yep, kangaroo is a roo.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard that before other than that little guy. That makes me
They are
sad.
pretty cute. They're not so cute when they're road, when their pizza on the road. But anyway,
Okay.
hit the damn roo. And so you got to imagine this. Okay, I've got a dirty big bull bar on my car. What do you call it? You guys call it
We call it a grill guard.
a grill guard, nudge bar.
Yeah,
Right.
a grill guard.
So I've got a dirty big one like you'd see out on the ranch for the cows. They might tie the cow's horns up to the bull bar. You know what I mean? That's why it's called a bull bar for bulls, basically. But so I've got one of those on my car. So if I didn't have that on my car, I'd have been completely screwed. I'd have been stuck right in the middle of nowhere with a busted up radiator, and everything would have been all bent and busted, and my bonnet would have been fucking kinked and popped off. You know what I mean? Like I'd have been stuck in the middle of nowhere essentially. But because I had the bull bar on, so it bent my bull bar,
Jesus, this is a good question. Was it big? Was it a big old beefy kangaroo?
It was a big old beefy, muscly. I'm pretty sure it was a male. A boomer is what you call a male. And
I've wanted to hit a few boomers in my day, but that means something different here.
he probably would have stood tall as me, I guess.
Okay. Wait, how tall are you? She's gone out a little bit. Let's see if she comes back. This is a very interesting conversation. I totally never even thought about you could hit a kangaroo. Like here
Sorry.
we hit deer. No, it's cool. You busted out. But
Yeah.
listen, how tall are you? How big was this kangaroo? This is amazing. Sounds like Turd Sex Dungeon. You're grounded. How big was this kangaroo?
So I'm about 5 foot. So I reckon it was about the same height as
You're
me.
a teeny little bitty guy. What? 5 feet? You're a little bitty person.
And they're like 39 kilos. And I'm pretty sure the roo weighed at least double my weight. Like, there's
I don't
no
know
way
what
that
the
roo was.
kilo is. What? Okay, wait. I'm not gonna make you do it. I'll do it this time. Okay, so that's 80 kilos is how big you think this roo was?
I reckon the kilo. Yeah, I reckon it was about 80, probably even a bit more actually. But yeah, about 80 kilo.
180 pounds? That's like a whole Kardashian. Jesus Christ. Oh my
Okay,
God,
maybe
that's
a bit
like
less than
Bruce.
that. Hang on, let me think about it for a second. Probably closer to 60 kilo then.
Okay.
Essentially. So
Okay. Well, I'm so bad at math. I wish Aunt Deb was here. She could do this because she's a whore, but she's also really good at math. 132 pounds. So that's about the
yeah,
size of a Hayden Panettiere. Okay, so you hit like a Hayden sized kangaroo.
right.
That's
So essentially, if you look at root damage around the ridges here. Oh yeah, my daughter hit one that two days before I did. My daughter hit one and busted up her. It actually broke her bull bar. So her bull bar is actually hanging off. I can actually show you a picture of that.
I hate it when my bull bar breaks. Jesus, I looked up kangaroo fights. We've done this before. But yeah, Jeff the window smashing kangaroo is pretty terrifying. All these kangaroos are pretty terrifying. God damn it, they stand on their tails. Oh my God, I'm scared.
I'll show you my daughter's bull bar. It's pretty messed up considering it's made of aluminium alloy.
Oh my God. Hey, welcome, Rabbit. Welcome. We're learning a lot today. Turns out, if any of you just joined, water in Australia goes backwards. It's not a lie. Nebraska is real. The Brits' water might go both ways. We haven't figured it out. And Aussie Insider ran over a Kardashian-sized kangaroo once, and it fucked up her bull bar. So tell
This
me
one
more.
was slightly smaller kangaroo than what I hit.
Oh shit!
Just here it hit here, so it's bent it and broken it.
Those
and
are
I
some
think
huge tires.
I think it's hit here and it's gone over the bonnet because you can see her guard is bent here. See how the bonnet is bent and the guard is bent.
She have a lift? Look at those shocks. God damn, this is a hell of a truck.
It is. So this whole area is, all damaged basically from that one route. And she was doing about the same speed as me, which when you convert that to miles per hour, it's about the same speed Karen was apparently doing backwards, according to the Commonwealth.
Okay. Yeah. And also, didn't they say that she was doing it at the exact time she was in John's house? So the craziest part maybe about the trial, and I've said this to Jimmy before, to Aunt Deborah. I got to keep calling her Aunt Deborah. I keep forgetting. One of the craziest things is the idea that Karen, while in John's house, was in the Lexus, backing up, going super fast, hitting him, and then the car grew arms and punched him. And then also the dog came in and like the whole thing. Like it like how did she get from in the house to hitting him within a matter of seconds? And when did the vehicle, when does a Lexus, okay, so last time I saw a Lexus, it didn't have arms or dog claws. So I'm just a little confused what make and model she got and why hers had claws and mine didn't. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? My neighbors, his didn't have any claws. It didn't have arms, and it certainly, if it did, I'm sure he would have had to pay more to teach it to box because it is a car. So
Right.
how if you, let's say you were trying to defend all of that, what would you do? Like, what would you say? Would you just say that she a
I
ghost?
couldn't defend that because it's total
Right.
rubbish. Like, there's a couple
Mhm.
of things that don't fit for me. First of all, the fact that they had to change their timeline halfway through. I've got recordings of Trooper Paul saying 3 times in a row at 12:45, the Lexus SUV, and then the judge interrupts him and he goes, okay, at 12:45 a.m., the Lexus SUV, and then the judge interrupts him again. And then she gives him the floor again, and he goes at 12:45. So I've got him saying it 3 times in a row,
Mhm.
and then by the end of it, Lally's saying at 12:25 or whatever time
Hmm.
I think he said it was, or 12:30. I think he had to say 12:25. Hang on, it was 6 minutes. He had to say 12:30 to give her 6 minutes to get back to John's Wi-Fi. So he changed it by the end of the
Yeah.
trial.
No, he changed it. What was it,
Everyone,
like 6 minutes, right?
right? His original
Yeah, it was 12.
filings. Sorry, his original filings pre-trial were definitely 12:45,
Yeah, I
and
thought it
then
was 12:45 or 12:43. It was something like
all through the trial, right up until Guarino testified, he stuck to 12:45, and then Guarino testified, oh, she logged on to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36,
that.
and then by the end of the trial, Lally had to change his entire closing freaking diagram timeline because he changed the time halfway through the trial. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. And
I couldn't explain it. I was just like, I mean, that's some BS right there.
yeah.
I don't know how the jury didn't pick up on that. Why weren't they writing the times down?
Well, also, I would assume that maybe one of the reasons they weren't is because if you look at the amount of times things are repeated in the trial that are pro prosecution, Commonwealth, you'll hear the same thing 5 or 6 times. But when it's something that could be applicable to her innocence or to the evidence or to the defense, um, they skim by it a lot. And that includes everything from jury instructions to letting the jurors know early on you have to take notes because you will not be provided with a transcript after. I believe they said that once. I can see some jurors early on forgetting
Well,
or
it
missing
just
that.
to your point, exactly to your point. Do you remember the testimony about the glass? The glass was, did you match 3-2 to 3-3? Yes, I did. Did you match 2-3 to 3-17? Yes, I
Mhm.
did. Did you match 3-17 to 3-3? Yes, no, I didn't. Did you match? And what that did was it just lost everyone. Nobody can remember what the freaking hell
Yeah.
Lally had that bitch testify to because it was all in numbers. Then
Mhm.
by the time AJ got up there everyone's fatigued and just switched off because AJ's trying to say to her, and she kept screwing him around as well. He said, okay, let's just put them into groups, okay? 3-2 is the glass from the waterfall, correct?
Mhm.
She's like, oh, no, I mean, let me look at my name. Correct. And so you spent 5 minutes getting to that frigging point.
Yep.
3-2 is the pieces found on the bumper, correct? And she's like, oh, wait a minute. And goes through her notes and goes, A, B, C, D, E, I, and K were the bumper. And he goes,
Mhm.
yeah, that's 3-2, right?
Mhm.
And then she goes back through her notes all over again. And by the time you get to the fucking yes, that's correct, you've
Mhm.
forgotten what the groups are. 3-17 was the glass that Trooper Buchanan collected. I think it was Buchanan. And then 3-18 was the one single piece that Proctor collected. So
Mhm.
when you look at what she was saying, what matched what, she's saying none of the bumper shards match the glass that they say John left the waterfall with. None of them.
Mhm.
But all
Yeah.
of these shards all match each other in as far as Procter and Buchanan introducing what? Freaking shards
Well,
from nowhere. We don't even know what they're from because they didn't match the glass, the waterfall glass.
hey, congratulations, you guys. You glued together a broken glass that had nothing to do with the case. Like, that's what it looks like to me. Like,
Right, but
congrats.
nobody got that because of the way
You
that they
didn't.
were presenting it, 3-3,
Yeah.
3-2, 3-17, 3-18, and everyone was like, what the fuck are you talking about, Lally? So, and then of course when the cross was happening, she was doing the same thing. She was trying to overcomplex every answer to confuse the jury. So
Yep.
that frustrated the hell out of me. But that, to your point, everything that was, as you were saying, everything that was exculpatory for Karen, they overcomplexed it and confused the crap out of everyone.
Oh, yeah. And then let's not forget, like, first of all, that method that you just described sounds a lot like something else that is very common in America that I don't think happens in Australia, at least in the way I'm going to use it as a metaphor, again, because I love those. But I'm sure it happens in other things there. If you're in America and you've ever had to deal with customer service, specifically with insurance companies or medical insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, the IRS, anything government ran, you're going to notice that they do this thing called gassing you the fuck out. So when they don't want to answer your question or help you or give you a refund or respond, they make it very complicated to get in touch with either a real human being, or they send you to so many different human beings until you give up and they don't have to handle the issue. It saves them millions of dollars a year, especially and I'm talking about companies and the government, because they would rather create a cornfield maze for you to go through that you may never make it out of than to pay you a fucking dime and admit they fucked up. And I feel like that is a technique that can be reverse engineered and used to someone's benefit, whether they are a witness or an attorney. And I think the best fucking example I've ever seen of it, honestly, is the Jodi Arias case. If you've ever watched the testimony of Jodi Arias, it is infuriating because she gives non-answers. She refuses to comprehend questions. She starts to ask so many things that you forget what the original intent of the lawyer was, the prosecutor trying to prosecute her. And she overcomplicates her answers so that she never actually has to answer it. The other most impressive time I've ever seen it, I've said it before, Sarah Huckabee Sanders was incredible at this, giving you the runaround, not answering the question or not getting to the fucking point, to a point where like you're completely confused. Now, I never get to the point either, but this bitch takes it to a whole new level. She has a way of sometimes answering questions, giving you inaccurate information or straight up lying, but you're just so tired of hearing the runaround that you've got no words. I feel like this happened a lot in Karen's
Yeah.
trial.
I feel like every one of Lally's witnesses was coached to do that. Don't
Thank
answer
you.
anything straight up. Just make it
The coaching.
the longest, most painful, winded freaking answer you can think of. Go there the hard way. Go through your notes. You know, like, because every witness did it. So.
And look, Rabbit has a really great question. How come, she's asking you, Aussie, how come Bev quoted a case where and she did do this. She cited a case where the witnesses were all drunk and nobody saw anything. Wouldn't it support the necessity to access the cell data in 2022? Grounds to dismiss? I'm going to answer it yes and yes. What do you think, Aussie?
I can't remember the context that she mentioned that case in.
She was just getting case law back. I believe it was before she called them to sidebar, right, Rabbit? And I think, was it Yannetti? I think it was Yannetti. It might have been Jackson, but I think it was Yannetti. She was I'm trying to remember.
Refusing to let them have the cell data from Brian's phone or one of some of their phones,
Was
wasn't
it
it?
Brian or Jen McCabe? It was like one of them.
No,
Yeah.
they had tapes. I think it was they wanted the data from all the other people at the party, and it was some of them.
Yeah. And it in not only Rabbit is it grounds, I mean, grounds for dismissal, they would have to do that if she was convicted, I guess. So or not grounds for dismissal. I would say it was more of a grounds for appeal because dismissing the case, she could have done that a long time ago for way more egregious reasons. The
Yeah,
blood and solo cup.
exactly.
Like the second, I'll tell you this much, I know for sure because we've talked about this a lot, especially in class, and so many of the professors have said over and over, like when you are getting into CSI or any forensics, whether it's criminal forensics that have to do with, you know, the actual physical crime scene or digital, the preservation of evidence and the keeping of a log and making sure that the crime scene is protected, those are like top 3. And all 3 of those they fucked up on. That alone should have been grounds for dismissal. I don't think it ever should have gotten to the point where they couldn't access cell records because I think that is secondary to blood in a cup, right? Like,
Right. All the other evidence that the police collected was just so bad, it should have been dismissed. It should have been not admissible, and therefore, at the end of not admissible, not admissible, not admissible, not admissible, get through the bottom of the list of not admissibles, all of a sudden they've got no freaking case. So, even with the car data, so one of the things that I was proving in that video I did on the car data was that it actually can be verified whether it's original data or not.
yeah,
So just like Abby was saying with the Sallyport video, that program actually verifies whether you've got the original file or not in a
yes,
forensic way using the same, pretty much the same thing as like Jen's phone. Jen's phone, they couldn't get a key for the phone essentially, right? So the hash value and the P list was missing. That's the key to opening her phone data. That stuff was missing. They were given an opened copy with no keys. And that's part of verifying, as you know, yourself, Dad, that's
yeah,
verifying the phone data. Well, the same
mm,
thing goes with the Sallyport video, that program that saves the files natively. It does the same thing. It gives it a hash value. And then the software that pulls the data off the car from the airbag system, which is what Trooper Paul connected to, that also has a similar feature that also hash values the file. But not just that, you can't access the chip itself and change the data on the chip. Whatever
no.
data's on that chip is permanently on that chip until you start that car again, unless you fry the chip.
Well, it's like the WLAN, like in the Rex Heuermann case, the WLAN data is so important, and a lot of people don't realize that no matter what you do on your computer, which to me, it does the same fucking thing as a car, you're right. Like, no matter what you do on that thing, you can reboot the whole thing a million times over. You're never going to get rid of the little bit of data that compresses and then gets put in the background. It's there forever. It's not going away. There's a way to access it. Now, whether or not modern technology can access it, not a question at all. Yes, it can. It's do the analysts and the people who are working with that software and with that program, do they understand how to do it and what they're looking at? And that's where these experts come in. But nothing's gone forever. And I think that they could have done more to get to the bottom of this a lot sooner. The hash values thing, fucking. So here's what stresses me out about this.
Frustrating, isn't it? When you know what they are and what they do,
Yeah.
it's frustrating.
The best way to explain it to people, I think, especially in here, is look at the Madeline Soto case. Remember when everybody saw the pervert Santa guy who killed himself in Florida and said, oh my God, he must be in a sex ring with Stefan because he was raided the day that they announced Stefan's charges, right? Everybody had that fun conspiracy. And I did a whole episode explaining what hash values were and why they're important. One of the things that is very important with hash values, and one of the reasons that They are relied upon so much when it comes to the forensics that's done by the Secret Service, the FBI, and just like small town experts who are like working to testify. One of the reasons they're a big deal right now in basically almost, a bulk of the criminal cases involving them are child porn cases. And what they're important for is every time a picture or a video is put on the internet that exploits a child or exploits anybody, anything that can be considered like sexual bribery, exploitation, extortion, propaganda that ends up in a conviction or is considered against the law.
Yep.
Anytime someone's busted with it, if there's no hash value assigned to it, that's deception. That's a deception sign. Once it's assigned or figured out, it goes into a permanent fucking repository, a server. And if people want to know where security servers are stored, they're stored in the same place where the people on the dark web are buying, selling, trading the same horrible shit. But they put it there. They put it in all this extra space. And these values just go in there. And what happens is anytime someone else tries to look at, access, re-upload, upload a copy of, or download anything with that hash value, it's going to send a cyber tip to NCMEC, Bing, the FBI, and that's how they catch predators, okay? So these people who think that they are smarter than the fucking Secret Service, the FBI, the very people who investigate cases like Steffen's, extract the data within what, 30 days tops? They can
Some of
usually
these people are the ones who freaking invented it too. Remember, like
yeah.
Israelis are behind a lot of our tech
Mhm.
like that, especially Cellbrite and stuff like that. They're the ones that invented it, and they're the ones that are sitting there policing it as well. So,
And it's in their best interest to try, I think, this is just my opinion, it's in their best interest to try to not put a lot of attention on things like EXIF data, hash values, and all that shit for multiple reasons. Number one, if they are lacking in that very, very vital check and balance in their software, if they are not logging it, if it is allowing people to essentially breach it, fuck it up, then it's not of value, is it? It's kind of
No.
worthless. So it's in their best
you might
interest.
as well have dragged a scruffy dog off the street and said, "This is my evidence," because it's really just because you can see it doesn't mean it's connected to the crime.
Exactly. And not only that, but the ability to connect it to a crime, if it's something exploiting children, seems to be easy as pie. But the second Jen McCabe gets involved, all of a sudden people are like, what? How does this work? It's like, dude, if Massachusetts has ever in the history of the state prosecuted a child sex crime that involves CSAM, which they have done plenty, should be able to fucking get through Jen McCabe. They should be able to get through Procta. The fact that they're playing dumb is infuriating to me. And the fact that they kind of got away with it is unbelievable. But that can only pull the wool over people's eyes for so long, because when Abby comes on your show, and by the way, we rebroadcast that while you were doing it live. I don't know if you ever saw that, but while you were live, I was like, oh shit, Aussie Insider's live. Do you think she'd care if we see what she's doing right now? And then we watched you and we got so into it. It was like, okay, I think at that one we like actually ended early and then I went and finished watching you, but it was you and Abby talking about this very subject, the hash values. And then, no, not the hash values, the Trooper Paul video, the Sallyport video, sorry, the one you just brought up. And the whole time you guys are talking about it, I'm like, yes, fucking it. Like, you could go back and watch it. We were cheering. I was like, finally, someone's fucking bringing this up, because the day that came on, I was in Melanie Little's chat and she was explaining like the legal end of it all. And I'm sitting there watching the video and I'm like, something's weird about this, like the flipped video. And then I watched, she showed the second one, I think, on that day in court when they showed when Trooper Paul came in.
Yeah.
I remember, like, first of all, when they brought in the CD that time, and then he's like, is this a CD? Well, this is a copy of it. Or this
No,
is
you didn't even say that. You went, no,
this is the
that's not what I
copy.
gave you.
No, no, no. That's not what I gave you. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I was astounded because I was like, oh my God. You mean they could have had the raw file, but instead they're giving them a copy and trying to deny it's a copy? Like,
I know.
what?
They expected him to just play ball. What he gave them actually was he gave them a link to a secure server and a password, and they should have been able to log in with that link and that password, grab that
Mhm.
file and verify it through the password
Yep.
and have a new hash value associated with it. And then they could have given a copy to the defense that way, but it all has to have a chain of custody. They've
Mhm.
handed him a CD with no chain of custody. He doesn't know that where that came from or what they've done to it. But it was just such a big backfire that he was like, you know, I'm not playing this game and put my name on that.
He gave them a late 90s, early 2000s rip of the CD of the he burned it. He burned it onto a CD.
I
Like
know, that's how fucking dumb are you, Lowy? We use thumb drives today, mate. Get with the times.
he's a child
I know.
uploading or leeching off of Napster, and he's giving you the new Sublime hit. Like, what are you fucking doing? This is evident. Like, you could see on the files too, when they would pull up evidence on the big screen, you could see all the individual folders. And there was some stuff that I noticed the order and the names were a little weird, so I screenshot it. But that day that we were watching with Melanie, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it and I'm like, something is weird here. You know, not just the mirror flip, but I remember being in the chat and figuring out like, oh my God, this is what they did. And I tried to explain it and nobody understood it. And
All right. And then Abby said it straight
yep.
out.
And I
The
went
biggest
back and I found the
find
chat. It's exactly what I found. And I'm like, there's no fucking way two people who don't know each other, who have this, not the same. She's got a little more extensive background than I do, but I mean, she seems fucking wicked spot. But like, the two people who have never met coming up with the same fucking conclusion, just visually looking at it. Like, holy shit, dude. There's no way that wasn't manipulated purposefully.
the
It's
biggest
just
find for us was definitely that, because Abby had said from the start, they definitely used the Equivision software
Mhm.
at some stage. Like, it's been through several processes of editing. So there's the native file that the camera records, and then there's this software called Equivision where you can do other things to the file.
Mhm.
There
You
was
can
one,
wipe the data, but it's not gone forever with Aquavision. Yeah,
right,
you can wipe it, it's still not gone. I mean, it'll
right.
be gone in whatever copy you're given, but in the root file, it's not gone forever.
That's
So,
right. In the native file, it's still there.
yeah.
So, what the biggest thing for us was when they put one of those screenshots with the reversed footage. It
Mhm.
was actually Equivision software. We actually spotted the file structure because she'd been sitting there showing us the folder structure the whole time in her Equivision software. Then I went to a hang on, let's try and get some screenshots of the folder structures like you would doing
Mhm.
yourself.
Yep.
And we found the Equivision one,
Boom.
but then the next time they're showing it, it
It's
was
not there.
it was it
It was
actually
there,
had
but it's changed. Oh, she went out again. It's okay. She'll be back. She'll be back. She's gonna say the same thing I am because it's true. Like that's what
bugger.
happened. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got
You
you
said
now.
it wasn't Aquavision. What were you gonna say next?
Yeah, the next time they showed it, it was a VLC video. So it had,
Mhm.
the
It had
VLC
the little,
logo.
it
Yep,
had the
yep.
little logo. And again, what year was that we did VLC? Like that's why I'm
Well,
saying like the
I still
AVI,
use
the
VLC,
VLC.
so shush.
Well, no, I mean, look, I still use Audacity. There's no shame in this game.
I
But if you're
use Audacity
but if
too.
you're going to testify in court and you're using like if you're bringing in fucking Ian Whiffen, like what are we doing here? Like they
Right. Well, the point with the VLC
Mhm.
file is that it hasn't got a hash value anymore. If it's in Equivision, it's got a hash value. You
Mhm.
just go to the menu and go verify it. It matches the hash value. It says, yes, this is the original file.
Yep.
That's it. So for them to have Equivision on the screen at the time,
Mm-hmm.
all I had to do was go to that menu and verify and prove that it was verified. That's all I had to do.
Yep.
It was just one click on the menu, and they didn't do it. And
And you
Bev
can
never
tell.
asked them to do.
You can tell because you can go look at Court TV, any of them. You can take a screen grab and you can compare them to the screen grabs from the other day. Now, anybody who wants to argue with that can do that. I'm curious why these people who are fucking freaking out saying she fucking murdered him. Okay, why don't you explain this? If one person could give one reasonable explanation for the Sally Port, the files and the file order and the reason they were changed. By the way, who the fuck, since when in the middle of a trial are you allowed to bring in, take out, or manipulate anything, especially evidence, digital or otherwise, without asking the fucking judge? Like, because the second
Exactly.
what, dude? Like, no, that would be grounds for dismissal, correct? Like, or at least appeal. Like, you can't do that. You have to ask the judge if you can fucking fart. Permission
Right.
to fart, Your Honor. Permission denied. Sidebot. Like, there's no. If you're going to change the evidence, you also have to tell the defense, especially if it's something that could be helpful to the defensive's case. I feel like informing them, hey, we fucked with some shit. I don't care if you were just converting it to another file structure. It should have been brought before the public. And also, how lucky are we to get to catch that? Because if we didn't have the visuals, might not have put that together.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. And just on that topic, I totally agree with what everybody is saying about the Richard Allen case. For this reason, if there's something fishy going on, then the whole world's watching, and it ain't going to get past all of us. You know what I mean? So
I feel like I definitely think he did it, but I don't know that he was alone. And I think they're giving him, I agree with you completely. They're giving him a piss poor trial.
Yeah.
It feels rushed. It feels, and I get why they're rushing it. It is a tough spot to be in for the prosecution.
For sure. I
Very
agree.
tough. This is one of the rare situations where I don't know if I agree. Or here's the thing. I do not think he's getting the fairest trial he could. It worries the fuck out of me, but I also understand the time concern, especially when it comes to witnesses. Memories, it's been 7 years, dude. Like,
Yeah.
what? This is such a precious case. It's so you have to be careful. I really worry that motherfucker could get off due to ineptness and due to something being hidden. I don't think what's being hidden, though, is that he's innocent. I think what's being hidden is potential other key players or something else they missed that would lead to the motive more. I'll just say that.
I think's missing, Oblivious. Am I free to talk freely about this?
Yes.
I'm not going to get my head blasted off.
No. I'm very interested.
You know how they were searching the river before they arrested him? Because
How
they
they
got
what?
that. They were searching the river before they arrested him.
Yes.
Because they got that other guy into custody.
Well,
Then
the
all of a
other
sudden-
guy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
That was within 6 hours, by the way. For those who don't know, one of the people who tipped it in was a local, tipped in that guy, but they already had his eyes on that guy, and they had him pulled in very fucking quickly to find out where he was. Very quickly. But that came from somebody local who talked about it on Reddit and then took it down. And once the trial's over, I'm going to show the screenshots because I don't want to fuck anything up for them. But yeah, that's it.
So now think about this. You know the dark web like I do, okay?
Mhm.
You know what's on the dark web, okay? There's body parts, there's snuff films, there's child can I say the R word?
Yes,
Child
porn, yeah.
There's all sorts of stuff in the dark web, right? So this is just a theory. This is not based on anything in particular other than the order that arrests happen in and what they got the other guy for.
Yeah.
For me personally, it feels like the other guy that they caught first,
Mhm.
he's busted because he had contact with those girls and he lured them there.
You talking about Keegan?
I'm
Or are
talking
you
about
talking
Keegan.
about the other
No,
guy? Oh, hold on. She went out again. I'm very interested.
sorry.
No, were you
Stupid.
talking about Keegan or are you talking about
Yes.
another guy with the
No,
email?
Keegan. No, Keegan. I'm
Oh,
talking about Keegan.
I
So
can tell you everything about Keegan. I know a lot about Keegan. I have some thoughts on that. Keep going. Ah, fuck it, cut out again. She's in the woods, people. She's in the woods. She'll be right back. You guys, this is great. I love talking to Aussie Insider. She's so fucking smart.
tell the audience about Keegan because I keep getting fucking cut off. And every time
Okay.
I open my mouth, it's like, bleh.
So, Keegan Klein. Keegan is a guy. I'll tell you a little bit about how I ran into Keegan. So Keegan is a guy who had a Dropbox account. Had something like 29,000 files initially, and then I think it went upwards of over 100,000. But as far as the nefarious ones, we're in the 25,000 range, right? That's a bulk amount of data in his Dropbox. He spent his life, let's say from preteens onward, catfishing young girls on the internet using everything from Meet Me to Snapchat to Friendster, like going back old school. He even had a fucking MySpace he was perving on. So this guy, he would deal in a sort of sextortion where he would essentially ask teen girls to send him nudes and different photos of themselves while parading around as either a really attractive looking gentleman. I'm talking like, One Direction boy band hot under an account called Anthony Shots. But a lot of people don't know this. He did it under other accounts too. He also did it under accounts as women. He had a weird obsession with their stomachs, which actually has a name for a kink. But in this instance, he was focusing on everything from like babies to adults. Now, he would communicate with people all over the world. And I know this for a fact. He communicated with people in Germany, in Spain, in Portugal. Oddly enough, Keegan's one of the rare few people who did communicate with a few people closer to home or shat where he ate, so to speak. Keegan had more social media accounts than I've probably ever seen. And I've been snooping on pervs like him for a long time. A lot. Like, let's say, I don't know, over 200 for sure. Me and Uncle Alex went pretty hard in the paint on Keegan when we found out about him. Keegan was communicating with the girls, but not just them. Girls from a sleepover that were friends with the girls who went to the rival school, the sisters and cousins of his ex-girlfriends, his ex-girlfriends. He was catfishing after they broke up, before they broke up, and while they were together. He created a persona for himself that he was a weed dealer. He ran a dispensary. He's a hit rapper, a musician. He is rich. He travels the world. He gets a bunch of pussy. He goes to Warped Tour. He's basically like David Solomon in Indiana.
in his own mind.
Yeah, he did it all using fake profiles. Now, he did arrange to attempt to meet one of the girls that day, or at least he was communicating with her right before the girls were on the bridge. So when they busted him early on for child porn and raided his house, there were weird connections, but not enough for a probable cause to basically charge him for anything. And
As far
also,
as we know,
as far as we know,
I'm
well,
expecting more to come out during the trial. But just to break it
yeah,
there for 1 second, I'll let you
yeah,
go on. But
no,
now talk about now the progression from this surface sort of CP that he's doing into underworld CSAM and the dollar difference and why he would be attracted to that side of it, because that I think that's a very key issue here.
So
It
I'm
doesn't
gonna be honest with you.
directly, but just from your experience in working with forensic
Because I was
data.
gonna say, if we're talking about him directly, I can't really like.
No, you can't.
Because here's the thing, like I'm gonna say what I've
There's
said
always a
before.
pattern. There's always a pattern of progression, but they
He's
will
not.
go.
Yeah, there's a progression, but he's not smart enough. I truly think he's like Stefan. Like he wanted to do that one day, but I don't think he was smart enough to do it on the dark web. I think I mean, I know he did it through Dropbox. Like he definitely did it through Dropbox, which is super stupid.
I'm suggesting he got busted the first time he tried to do it because he's not
Mhm.
that pro, you know. Like
Terrible.
he said he went to, I think he said New York City, didn't he? He went somewhere. I think that was just to line up some bigger sales, you know, people with the money
Oh
for
no,
that kind.
so here's the thing. I don't think he ever did that. He went to New York City with his family once for like a family vacation. He was there like 3 days. He did not the whole time he was doing that, he was much younger. And you can see in the pictures, like he reused photos from 3 to 5 years prior, including
Yep.
one of him and his dad in Las Vegas. He was not at that Warp Tour that he claimed to be on the side of the stage, and he filmed from the side. Like I was able in 10 minutes to find the person who took that video, contact them, and realize, oh, he just stole their video. And then when you watch it from the
Wow. So
perspective,
what you're saying is he even lied to the detectives,
oh yeah,
like
oh
those transcripts that came out. He was lying through his ass through all of
oh yeah,
that.
oh yeah, that was all bullshit, and they knew it was bullshit, but they were trying to establish trust and a rapport, which can take up to a month for some of these scumbags. What's interesting about him is like you can be in the crowd. There's videos from in the crowd at that Warp Tour while Simple Plan is playing, and you can see the woman, the female, filming the very footage he claimed to have when he was in Las Vegas and California. He took photos, right? And he posted them, and he's like hanging out with the dad here, hanging out with the dad here. But if you go on the dad's profile before he took everything down, which I have screenshots of, I'll send you later, the dad had those photos from the actual day they were in Vegas and in California, and it was 5 years prior. And then you look at the tattoos on him and you go, oh, and the thinning hair, and you go, oh wow, he used really fucking old footage and photos, and he would just keep reusing it. He took songs from other artists and put them on SoundCloud under a fake thing and claimed to be a DJ, a rapper. He catfished on a level that supersedes the show catfish. Like he is really good at it. And the thing is, he's too dumb to do anything with it beyond extorting teen girls. I don't think that he would have
Well,
lasted long. Yeah.
somebody extorted 2 teen girls, didn't they? Like for more than money their whole life. So
Yes. Now, the reason is the thing that people tend to disagree with me on, and that's fine. People can, I'm sure it'll come out one day, but I think what he was doing was he was trying to get to a point where he could sell them. He was in the collecting phase, which is when they collect the stuff that they will eventually sell. I think the more concerning thing that came of it all was like I'm more concerned about Judge Fouts than Keegan, because I spent a lot of time talking to Jalen. She sent me all the files of the women she thought was missing that Judge Fouts had been with, the videos of him choking her. Like I saw a lot of Red Room footage.
wait
And
a
I
minute.
know
Judge, who are you talking about?
Curtis Fouts. He was Ron Logan's judge, and he was the judge who got busted for being with an escort and then stalking the escort's little sister after threatening to kill the escort while she was with him. He was in touch with her pimp, who at the time was a guy that trafficked women, and he would tie them up and sell them. Missing women who had been pimped, drugged, women who, you know, nobody even reported missing. They just literally got swept up in sex trafficking.
I remember the guy now that you're saying it. I do remember it now.
And she took pictures on an iPad at the house of one of these traffickers. And I have the pictures. I've looked at every single person and found them. And, you know, the ones that she saw have actually, they are all back with their families, or they are actively advertising as what do you call it? They're doing escort work and sex work, but whether they chose up sense or not, I just know that they're not actively being trafficked so much as just doing sex work. And what's odd is the Red Room does exist, the one that she showed and discussed, and it does have people from Indiana in it, and that includes that judge. So that concerns me more than Keegan, because what Keegan was doing was basically convincing little girls to trust him so he can get their photos, and then one day try to build an empire of child. I don't know what he was just collecting. He's
the perfect what do you call it? So if you're, let me think about this in the drug world for an example.
He's the supplier.
If you're trying to
has no hookups, he has no distributors. He's a supplier with no distributors. That's what he is. He's a new guy who just came in and stepped on somebody else's turf and wants to sell the drugs, but just doesn't have a hookup to do that, if that makes sense.
Right. He doesn't have the hookup.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the point that I was trying to make. Exactly.
Yeah. He just doesn't have it. But if he did,
imagine just for 1 second that he found a hookup and he's trying to pull off this hookup. Like, you've got to do your first deal first, right? If you don't do the first half a pound of coke deal to get these guys to trust you, then you're never going to get in the door. So he's found his hookup. He knows he's got to do his first deal, but they give him like 100 pound of coke instead of the half a pound, because he's oversold himself. Now he's got to deliver. So what's the 100 pound of coke in the porn world?
So what I was thinking is exactly what you're thinking. I don't think Keegan was necessarily there to meet the girls. I think Keegan was there to meet Richard, if at all. And I do wonder if the intention was something nefarious or if it was murder. If it was murder for the purpose of a snuff film, that is a massive leap for someone like Keegan to make.
No, but it wouldn't be for the big people if he was trying to get onto the big coke dealers, for example.
So is Richard the big people?
Right.
Does he have the capability to be? Sure. Does he have,
or is he in between for the big people?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, but I do know that he is technically sound.
He's pretty fucking good at holding a secret.
Yeah, he's great at holding a secret, but he's also he's good at the internet. He's not a hacker either, though. He might be on a little higher level than Keegan, but he's still here's the thing. I wonder if he does have serious mental problems associated with snapping. You know what I mean? Like going into a trance, blacking out. I do wonder if he was drinking again and if that could have happened, and if Keegan maybe not meeting him there or pulling out of a supposed deal could have caused that kind of rage, because based on his history, it seems like that could have happened. But also I don't have enough to make that assumption, but I do find it weird that he's the only one and that Keegan was so close. But I don't think Keegan went there with the intention of Keegan knows what he looks like. That's what trips me out. He knows he's ugly as fuck. He knows he's going to scare the girls. They're going to run away, right? So why go there at all?
Right.
That's where it's like, okay, there's something going on there with that maybe.
Well, that's why that's why whoever it was had a gun, because they were ugly as fuck and they knew that they were going to have to use the gun to force them. So
yeah,
they knew that. So that's why it connects to me. That's why it connects to Keegan.
I don't know that. So with the snuff films, one thing that I'm pretty confident in is a lot of them don't really involve a third party. So I don't know that Keegan, usually it's like you just
got to sell it. They got to sell it, but they got to separate themselves from the sales side of it. So that's just my opinion. It's not fact. It's not based on any evidence. It's just an opinion.
It's true.
Don't freak out.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's complicated to know the whys of these people, because normally it's financial, right? It's like they want to get something out of it. What trips me out in this case is the chaotic elements, the daytime. It kind of makes no sense. Like a lot of it is just
Usually those sort of things are inside where they can hide and doors shut and film lights and everything's very private. You like when you see that sort of stuff on the dark web, that's kind of usual thing. So
yeah, and why he snapped, I don't know, but did it have to do with Keegan? Was there some sort of relationship? That's the part I struggle with because I want to say yeah. I want to say yeah, but I have no evidence. It's just there's something inside. I always say don't trust your gut, trust the evidence, but something in my gut says that there's a reason these two were there at the same time that day, but I think Richard is the responsible party. I'm wondering though if there's maybe another that we're missing. And I don't think it's anybody that they've talked to already because the guy that everybody likes to blame is the guy.
Someone bigger, and it could be that judge that you're talking about. I feel like it's someone bigger, and he would be bigger, like as far as power and scariness and what he could do to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it would also end up being kind of similar in a way to with the judge thing, that guy worked at Purdue. And that's also where where Libby wanted to go to school. He was Ron Logan's judge, and it would make sense to me more that way because why did Ron Logan get thrown in he got thrown into some fucking shark infested waters when he had a simple explanation. He just didn't want to end up in Judge Fouts' court again because Fouts fucking hated him and he was constantly fucking up. And I can see that. That makes sense to me why he wouldn't want to fucking be involved. But at the same time, it's like there's something about Fouts and just the mere existence of Jalen's situation and the Red Room shit that she gave details on.
You got way more info on that than I ever heard before.
There's no way.
We need to talk about this, but I think we're actually making.
We gotta go. Yeah, we gotta go. Let's talk about this shit. Let's talk about the point today, okay? We'll talk. We gotta do a whole album. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Please. I want to because it's really difficult to talk with people who are just stuck on the don't tell me, like today, all I suggested today was that these kids' photos shouldn't be out there. And I'm getting rained on like hell because people are like, don't you dare say that. He's so innocent. And I'm like, I never said he was or wasn't innocent. I just said the kids' photos shouldn't be out there. The judge made the right call on those photos. You what? You said the judge? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, they fucking hate Judge Fran, dude. And Judge Fran's fucked up a few times, but like, I don't think she's that bad. I thought she was bad in the beginning, but after I started going through and reading lot more,
you're going to get some hate.
In your
comments from people saying that.
Yeah, a lot of people love to give me shit about my feelings on Judge Fran and the judge and Judge and Koberger and all that, but it's like, eat a dick, dude. They've been judges for a long fucking time. They're not going to be perfect. There's going to be some that fucking suck, but they are nothing compared to Judge Bev. And honestly, the issues, and the issues in those two courtrooms are the fucking attorneys for me. It's the attorneys for me, dog. Like the judge, she's really a mediator. You know what I mean? Like, be concerned for the sentencing. Don't be concerned. Like, look at the jury for those and look, especially criticize the fucking attorneys because they're the ones who are fucking up the most. But yeah, no, I think you're right. None of the kids' fucking pictures should be out there because creeps and weirdos make fucking weird tribute pictures and posters about them and they share them online as if they're evidence. And why? Like,
it's sick shit going on. Like, the only stuff I'm really pointing out right now is just the tragedy pimps getting hold of it and doing shit with it. But they like.
No, you keep going. Oh, it cut off again. Fuck. Don't worry, we're gonna get into it. Look, I can talk to her for 2 fucking hours before I get to the point. You see that? Fucking crazy. I love talking to her though. She's fucking smart, you guys.
Sorry. We do need to have a powwow so that we can both talk freely about
Let's do it. It's the woods. It's the Australian outback.
Come on, stop it.
No,
Into-
we'll do a powwow for sure. We're gonna do it. It's happening.
All right,
There's no-
let's look at your slideshow, because your slideshow is very interesting for people who can't keep track of who's who in the stories, because oh my god, it's gone so big and it's involving way more people and it's hard to follow.
I agree. And I think that one of the best things we can do for them is explain a little bit. And I thought, since we're talking about people that we generally, at least I generally admire, or I at least find to be credible, I got no problem being goofy with this. So I'm like, let's do this. I'm going to give you, Aussie, my rundown of who I think these people are. And I want you to correct me or add to it anything you think I got wrong or that I missed. And then we'll move on to the next person. These are the outliers in the Karen Reed case. And by that, again, I don't mean that they are involved directly in the case. They're not witnesses. They are not attorneys in the case. They are not jurors in the case, but they do play an integral role, in my opinion, in the Karen Reed trial. And you are going to hear of them. And I just kind of want to give you a heads up on who they are so that when you hear people talk about them, you know who the fuck they're talking about. And also, we're going to go over some lingo and the lexicon. So are you ready to get started?
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. So usually you save the best for last, but I'm like, if this were a set, I would want a really funny joke to go first to get the audience on my side. So who better than to pick the baddest bossest bitch bae in the whole game? That's right. We're going to start with Rita. If you don't know about Miss Rita, you're about to fucking find out. Okay. This is Rita Lombardi, ladies and gentlemen. You will notice Rita because if you don't, you're fucking blind. And it's fine if you're blind. But if you felt her face, she's always smiling. Even when she's mad, she's kind of smiling. Rita's the big shit. I consider her the spicy aunt. She's the auntie that you want to go to her house. She is going to give you condoms and tell you to be safe instead of beating the shit out of you and sending you to a camp. She's angry, but she's justified. Justifiable anger. She cares a lot, okay? She's a local, and she likes to get in people's faces when she thinks they're fucking up. She's a cheerleader, and by that I mean she has actual pom-poms, and she will fucking use them. And people used to rip on her for her pom-poms. I'm going to be honest. I ripped on her for her pom-poms. I'm like, why does she have fucking pom-poms? What are we doing here? Then I realized who the fuck we were dealing with. And I went, oh, I get it. Rita, like me, loves good marketing. She's all about eye-catching shit. She's the mom in the band boosters who has the sparkliest shirt. She's yelling the loudest, and she's fucking raising all the money, okay, for the school. She cares. Ironically, people are blaming her for them not getting a new school. Rita is blaming them for not paying the fucking attention that they should have been early on because she's not ready to move on from that. She wants to focus on the injustice that has already gone on and she wants to fucking fix it. And she's not going to let you move on until we have concluded the beginning of the first chapter of this fucking book called Karen fucking Reed. She is the Leslie Knope of Canton. She has ran for office. She did not get the vote she needed. I have a feeling she will. Why is she important? She's a feminist icon in this case, okay? She's a big fucking deal. She's loud as fuck, and we love her. People love to rip on her because they're scared of her. Did I leave something out, Aussie? What would you say about Rita? How would you describe her?
She actually, I would just add that she gets on really well with the police in town.
Mm-hmm.
So with all of the protesting and stuff like that that's been going on, of course, Turtle Boy had to take a step back from that because he's getting framed for a lot of stuff. But Rita stepped into place, and her her relationship with the police, who were looking after the place with the protesters and
Mhm.
the fire chief and all of those people. She's actually got a really good working relationship with all of them. So I would
Mhm.
just add that to the mix, because she's not just going out there having protests and upsetting the actual police. When I say
Yeah.
actual police, we're not talking about the fools who are playing everybody. We're
Mhm.
talking about the actual guys who run the show. She's
She's
a
a
very
great
good guy.
mediator. Yeah, she's a good mediator. She's good.
Yeah.
She's the woman who I feel like she ties the room together, right? If this were the Big
Right.
Lebowski, she'd be the rug. She ties the room together. She kind of somehow keeps sanity intact while doing insane things, but they're only insane because people don't understand the big picture. Rita has a plan. Rita gets her plan done. It might take time, but she's going to get it done. I kind of love Rita. Like, I'm kind of obsessed with her now. She's very
Me
fun.
too.
Very fun.
And also, if you ever want to interview her, I can arrange it for you. So,
Oh my God. I don't know if I'd be worthy, but I would love to. I also think so. Rita goes to every fucking board meeting. Do you understand? She goes to every fucking board meeting. And I want to give them, let me pull this down for a second. I'm going to give them a taste of Rita. Okay. Because I brought her up and oh my God, I changed it to Kangaroo. Kangaroo's getting hit by cars, which was not the intention. I was just trying to Google it. I ended up on YouTube. Let's change this. Rita Lombardi. I want to put in action. Here we go. We're going to watch a little speech from Rita. It's 3 minutes. You're about to see the passion. This is Remember the Titans shit. Do you understand? Like, this woman, very passionate. Fucking love her. She's the best. Let's go ahead and put on. She goes to every Canton board meeting. She goes to every select, what do they call it, the select board. She goes to every protest. She will get in your ass if you step to her. I love her. Are you ready to watch this shit? I'm gonna pull this up for us.
let's go,
Oh my,
Rita.
a taste of Rita. God, she's so great. Also, really want to have a show where Aunt Deb is dressed as Judge Bev, and her and Rita have a podcast together where they discuss all this, but it's called Rita's with Rita. And they're just drinking El Presidentes from Chili's. That's the goal. All right, I'm going to put it up big screen. And you guys are about to see 100% pure, untethered, unfiltered, concentrated Rita. Here we go.
Until you introduce yourself and
Mine's short.
really
Mine's short
get going.
tonight. Mine's short tonight.
All right. Tonight.
Tonight. Wasn't easy.
All right. You ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
Here we go.
Rita Lombardi, 8 Kings Road. Monday marks the 2-year anniversary of the brutal murder of John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer. The murder investigation by the Canton and the Mass State Police of this highly respected Boston police officer should have been flawless. Instead, it was highly irregular and flawed, and yet fiercely defended by Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey in his highly unusual and unethical August 25th, chock full of inaccurate statements made to the public. Instead of responsible and investigative reporting by mainstream media, their reporting was minimal and completely biased against Karen Reed. To anyone reading the case filings conflicted with what the media reporting and contributed to the tremendous turmoil within our community. Canton is a beautiful and historic town, but the handling of this murder case and the subsequent gaslighting has torn families and lifelong friends apart in the most unimaginable ways. Everyone in our town has been impacted by this, myself included, and in ways that may never be revealed. For those who get their news from mainstream media or who chose to wait for Karen's March trial, there is great news. Last week, the United States Attorney's Office communicated to the defense and the prosecution that there has been an ongoing federal investigation of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the investigation of this murder. The United States Attorney's Office advised that In good conscience, they, the feds, cannot allow Karen Reed to go to trial. The United States Attorney's Office will provide the results of their federal investigation by the end of next week, if not sooner. The feds have the indisputable facts. Karen Reed is factually innocent and she will be exonerated, but she will never be able to get back the last 2 years of her life or the love of her life. I'm sharing this information tonight because mainstream media has failed to report accurately. We have a town in turmoil and who are about to learn the truth, which is going to expose us to significant lawsuits. A few weeks ago, Chief Rafferty was here asking for funding for $240,000 for a brand new kitchen and to replace an already existing fence behind the Canton Police Department. It seems to me that with impending lawsuits from this murder investigation, it would be prudent if we reevaluated priorities. Thank you.
Now that is a calm down Rita. Do you understand? That's a very calm, cool, collected Rita. Let's take Rita down.
Ripper Rita.
Love that.
Rita, Rita the Eater. I don't know
She's
if I remember that, but
the what?
it's an ad from Australia, a margarine called Eater, ETA, and the ad was a mum, you just like Rita. She looks just like Rita, and
Dude.
she's called Rita the Eater.
Rita the Eater. I love it, dude. She gets me fucking fired up. Now, Rita in action. Okay. I want to find. Let's show Rita unhinged. I wanted to show her twerking with Aunt Deb, which we all love, but we've seen that before. This is 45 seconds. It's really short. I'm going to pull it up real quick. This is Rita fired the fuck up, you guys. All right. And this is really kind of tame. Yes, it's a little loud in the background, but still, she's fired up. I love this spirit. Rita is the lady with the visor, the pink shirt. She's always smiling. When people are talking shit to her, she's still smiling. She's letting you know politely, you need to calm the fuck down because I'm about to check you. And I love this about her. Let's go ahead and show in full Rita. We're at like an 8 out of 10 Rita here, but I'm here for it.
2007 in that confidential settlement, who's never to get promoted. He has been promoted multiple times, and last year he made well over $200,000. That is the punishment for someone who cost this town $300,000 in settlement. He was rewarding for his behavior. We have 40 people, according to the Gov salary website, we have 40 full-time employees in the Canton Police Force. Of the 40 employees, 11 of them, 11 for 28% took home 40% of the money that was paid to our police. That is a lot of money.
All right. Whoa, we're not going to watch that. Sorry, you guys couldn't hear that, but that was fucking loud. I hope you can hear that. Sorry about that. Okay. So here's the thing about Rita. For those of you and for the people out there who like to bitch and say that Rita is holding up this building of a school, 3 of the things Rita pointed out in the last 2 videos, I'd just like to repoint out. Rita's letting you know that there's a top 1% problem in the police. Remember woke windows? We looked at it the other day. That's a checks and balances report, right? You saw how much they're making. If you haven't, go to my last video and click on it below. You can go see how much all the players in this case are making, including John O'Keefe, the victim himself. And you'll notice that they're making $250,000, some of them. The guys who are now on leave, and some of them getting paid leave. The guys who are out there molesting children, getting them pregnant and killing them are making really good money. Rita's pointing this out. She's saying, listen, this is how many people are on the force. They make up X amount of the dollars. This is how much those dollars are. They're in the what? $200,000 to $400,000 range. Then she's bringing up in the last video, hey, you guys want to buy a new fucking, what was it, a desk? What did they want? An office? Some shit like that? You want a table? It was something bullshit. It's going to cost you $250,000. Like, she's bringing up salient points here. Like, you guys want to spend $200,000 to $250,000 on bullshit that's a luxury. You guys want to reward shitty cops with high pay. How come we're not addressing that? Why is it that the exact money allocated for the school, this is what I'm saying, why is it that that exact amount is all being put on Rita's shoulders? Because before it ever was, Rita was pointing out, you guys are spending a lot of fucking money on bullshit and being very wasteful. I think it's unfair to blame her when we still haven't answered those questions. Because in case you missed it, at every board meeting, Rita asks these questions and they don't get answered. Most people would give up. This is what I'm talking about, being on customer service, on hold, and then getting transferred. Not Rita. She has the time. She's going to sit on the phone. She's going to wait until she's gotten to the person who can handle her questions, and she's going to wait for the answers, and she's going to keep insisting, okay, fine, transfer me. I'll tell the story again. That's Rita. She's the person who gets you your fucking refund when nobody else can. All right? Love Rita. Aussie Insider, is there anything you'd like to add about our dear sweet Rita today?
I love Rita.
She's the best. She's the
She's
best.
the best. I did an interview with Rita on my channel. It's a live stream with Rita, and she talks about a lot of the history behind what the deal is with the school and what she feels about that, as well as the select board and the police audit. So there's a very, very good comprehensive discussion. Well, I just gave her the microphone off Shuan. So if any of you want to understand more about Rita's position on that stuff, so she goes right into the background. So very deep
I'll put
dive.
a link. I want to get that episode, and I'll put a link to it below where you interview Rita for sure. Because I want to put a link to each of their shit below, like, if they
Sure.
have a channel or whatever they're doing.
Post it, the
All right.
channel.
So we're gonna do this. We'll put Rita's interview with you below. We're gonna keep going. Let's go to this next fella. Some of you may have heard of him. This is Turtle Boy. All right. So here's my rundown of Turtle Boy. And this took me a lot to whittle down. I could have put 100 more words. Okay. Here's what I got. He's everybody's crazy cousin. If we're talking about family, like if he's in the family, this is who he is. He's the crazy cousin. He's the guy who, yeah, he's got kids. Yeah, he's a little crazy. Yeah, he'll prank the shit out of you. He might even smoke a J with you. I don't know. He might go, but he's not going to tell if you're smoking at the fucking family get together, but he's kind of cool. He's going to take you in a ride in the truck and let you fucking do the air horn and fucking on the fucking, what's that thing called? Megaphone. Anyway, he's crazy. He's hilarious. He is who I would consider the Robert Graysmith of Canton. If you're into the Zodiac Killer, that whole case, you get exactly what I'm talking about. He is a guy who is tortured by this case, but somehow can't get enough of it. He'll talk about it every night. In a way, he's almost like a Howard Stern-y type. You know what I mean? Like, he can talk for hours. He loves coming up with cool nicknames. That's why we call him the official nicknamer of Massachusetts. A lot of the words in the lexicon are attributed to him.
Like Bukaki.
Like crusty panties, things like this.
Yeah.
He's pro-police, but he's not pro-bad police. And he'll be the first to tell you that, he has a lot of opinions that some people might not agree with, but I will say this much. Fantastic journalist. Might win the Pulitzer if they will take him seriously. He struggles, I think, to be taken seriously. Totally can understand that. I do comedy. The thing is, he doesn't do comedy. He's just a guy who talks, gives his opinion, but I consider a journalist. Like, he's really good at uncovering the fuck shit, and he does not sugarcoat anything, and he's not afraid to point out some serious fucking problems that most people would be really afraid to. He's also a victim in all of this. He was one of the first people to start talking about the Karen Reed case, to report on it. He had a direct line, but just like any other journalist interviewing anyone about anything else, he's allowed to protect his sources. It's also not illegal to report on a case or to interview someone in a case. And the police treated him like it was and called him a witness intimidator because they don't really understand, I guess, that what he's doing is totally they don't get freedom of speech. You know what I mean? To them, if you talk about their cops doing something bad, even if they did do it, they're going to come after you. And I do believe he was unfairly targeted and he went to prison. He went to or jail, right? How long was he in there? Where was he? He was in there for like
60 days.
60 days. Now, this guy has kids, okay? He's got a life. He's got a job. They put him in jail for 60 days for starting a website that put up irrefutable, I think, OSINT. He's an OSINT master, and he got in trouble for it. It's absurd, but he won't give up, and he refuses to be pigeonholed. He, instead of backing down, which I think is what they expected, he amped it up. He amped it up. Simultaneously, he is a victim of a lot of, like, he's bad at picking girlfriends. Let's be honest. He's had a couple of exes who are a bit crazy, and maybe even not exes, just women who are obsessed with him, and then they turn on him and they try to extort him, and his personal shit can sometimes get in the way of the greater good or the greater intent of the turtle.
Can I interrupt you just there before you go on?
Yes.
That side of it would never have happened if it wasn't for the O'Keefes wanting to try and get.
Oh, shit. It cut her off again. She'll be back. She'll be back in a second. She's coming back. Where are you, Aussie Insider? She's in the woods. Here we are.
I got wooded.
What was that you said? You got wooded again. What was that you said? This wouldn't have happened to him if it weren't for what?
The O'Keefes trying to get Karen's bond revoked. So he would have been just like all of us, just reporting on the story and, just copping shit from the naysayers on the side like we all do. But the reason he got dragged into this was specifically because the O'Keefes were so angry that Karen got a bond and that she had the money to get out of jail while she was waiting trial. And this is how he got used in this whole system of things, was specifically to connect Karen to the witness intimidation, to connect her to something that was illegal to get her thrown back in jail. So this has got a very wicked web. It wasn't just that he was reporting on the police. It wasn't just that he was exposing the corruption. It was that he was a tool to get Karen thrown back in jail. So that's a very important part of that story because that's coming out in the Bero files right now.
Okay. I can see that. I have so I don't know, maybe I'm behind on it, but I kind of, so here's the thing. It takes a lot more than somebody complaining to get someone thrown in jail here, especially I have a hard time believing. I'm not saying I don't believe that, but I have a hard time believing it was just the O'Keefes, because here's the thing. The police aren't doing any favors for the O'Keefes there. Like,
no, it wasn't just the O'Keefes.
Yeah.
No. It was Krusty Panties had a hard on. She'd been going after him for years before this.
Yeah.
But what happened was the O'Keefes, in their little plan, they saw Krusty Panties and went, "Oh, she's got a beef with Turtle Boy, has she?" So they dragged her into it, sent her after Turtle Boy. She's the one who got Lindsay Gaetini to do all this stuff. And the Kate Peters thing goes way back before Officer O'Keefe was killed. She's had a hard on for Turtle Boy for many, many years.
Yeah, and she tried to be on The Bachelor, and I saw those pictures. First of all, you're never going to get on The Bachelor if you bring your kids, all right?
No, that's Lindsay. No, that's Lindsay. Different.
No, I know, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Gaetani, right? When you were talking about?
Krusty Panties is not Lindsay Gaetani. She's
no,
a
I know, that's Kate Peters. I was just referencing Lindsay. Yeah. Kate is the one who we call Krusty Panties. We're going to talk about them in the next episode where we talk about the baddies. But I'm a little confused how the O'Keefes connect to them. Like, is there proof that
Yeah,
You'll
that's what
keep
Bero
that?
is exposing right now in court.
Okay.
That's the
Interesting.
Bero letters. You need to catch up with the last
Okay.
3 Bero letters.
Well, that's why I'm going back through it because I'm like, I'm trying to catch up with the original trial, but I will get there. I will get there. I also want to point out if you ever saw cart narcs on YouTube, I cannot stress enough how much Turtle Boy would be great at cart narking. Now, what this is it's when somebody does not put their shopping cart away. There's a guy who will chase you down and say, "Hey, did you forget to put your shopping cart away?" And then if you don't, they'll stand behind you and go, "Oh, I get it. It's too heavy to put away. You just want to be lazy, or you just want to put it over there where the handicap thing is, so people can't park." Totally understandable. You get a bumper sticker, and then he puts a magnetic sticker on your car, and then people chase him and scream at him. Turtle Boy, first of all, love Cartnart. He is important to me. Turtle Boy would be a great Canton Cartnark. He's basically doing that, but with murdered people and women who are being unfairly framed for that murder. And I appreciate that. Also, not afraid to wear mint or pink. Wears a lot of mint. Wears pink to support Karen. If you're looking for the guy who raised the most hell, if you're looking for Boy Rita, that's Turtle Boy. Am I
Yep.
wrong?
Nope.
Hey, so
Exactly. And without Turtle Boy, none of us would have heard of Karen Reed and what was going on there. It's his
Mhm.
doing that we all learned what was going on.
Yes.
And even Rita being like the person that everyone in the free Karen Reed movement looks up to,
Mhm.
that was kind of purposeful because of all the side stuff that was going on with Turtle Boy, his private life being used against him to try and frame Karen. That was purposeful for her to step up
Yeah.
and be that leader that the crowd needed while he was incarcerated and all of that. So, and
Yeah.
good because she had the connections with the police and stuff to sort of organize it properly. So
Kind of smooth it over until he gets back out. He also is, if organization were a person, he would be the fucking Container Store. Okay. Like, it's a lot. He's got a lot of shit. He's got a lot of receipt to back up his shit, a lot of receipts. He's got a lot of evidence. He's very organized, very structured. And then when he's done organizing and structuring his journalistic ass whooping for the day, he puts on a show where he cleverly and, in my opinion, hilariously assigns nicknames to everyone in the town. They're pretty on fucking point. He complains, he bitches, but with good reason. He is not afraid to get confrontational with people who want to fuck with him. He's justifiably mad, just like most of the people you're going to meet today on our list. Totally justified in his anger. He's one of those guys, I think, who literally can't let this go because his life fucking depends on it now. And
Yep.
all he did was something that's totally legal in the United States. I'm shocked that he went to jail and Westboro Baptist Church never did. Very shocked by this. Okay,
right.
let's move on to our
Hang
next
on, one
person.
more thing about Turtle Boy. Let me just
Mhm.
say, if you guys are enjoying learning who's who here,
Mhm.
Turtle Boy actually has a who's who game that he plays on his website called Ratchet Madness. And so you get to go in there and vote for who's going to be the Ratchet of the month.
Oh,
So
it's like he's the Breakfast Club and this is his donkey of the day, you're saying?
kind of, yeah.
Okay. So he's your
Uh,
Charlemagne, but less, well, maybe as controversial. I don't know. But yeah, that's cool. We're going to put a
the
link.
Ratchet Madness is fun game.
We're going to put a link to it. We're going to link that up. We're going to put links to all these people, but I'm going to put also one of my favorite Turtle Boy moments because I was like, here's the thing, your dad, I'm fucking hilariously on the fence and at times very liberal. This dude's totally not. He's very he's pretty right wing, I think, and normally wouldn't get along with somebody who's so crazily critical of things that I think are pretty reasonable, but He won me the fuck over. And the way he won me over, honestly, was his Jill Daniels call. You guys know how much we love the big feckin' bird trope here. Dude, he called Jill Daniels. He called Jill. Remember her? You big fucking bird. She attacked him. She had his phone out of his hand. He called her to try to talk it through with her. He also texted with Paul O'Keefe one night, and I think they were both pretty drunk. He has really good stories. He'll just call people up and be like, yo, what's up, Joe? Why you fucking pissed today? And it's so fucking funny. And it really does sound like a Jerky Boys phone call because Jill is so fucking erratic. Fuck, I love that. And we'll link that below. It really is top Turtle Boy content. All right, moving on. You know one of these people very well. Kids, the other one, if you don't know him, is Mark Bero. This is Melanie and Mark. Melanie Little and Mark Bero. Why are they in here? They're in here because, and you're gonna notice this, we've gone over the Queen and King, okay? Now we're moving on to everybody else in this kingdom who serves a very specific purpose that is sorely needed. Lawyers. Lawyers are so important. Because, yeah, there's a Yannetti and a Jackson, but they're with Karen. They can only say so much. Then we've got the prosecution. And, I mean, let's be honest. Lally ate a lot of red paint growing up. Or lead paint. He's fucked up. There's something wrong with him. He can't get words out. We can't rely on him. He also doesn't have a YouTube channel. Melanie Little and Mark Bero, to me. First of all, Melanie's how I found out about this shit. By way of Turtle Boy. Melanie and Mark are the legal go-to, in my opinion. They're the top two. And I say this because they were the first. As far as lawyers covering the case, Melanie and Mark, dude. Mark Bero is now defending Turtle Boy, legally, right? In his current trial for the witness intimidation. And Melanie covers the case nonstop. She has hundreds of videos. You guys know I'm a down-ass bitch with Melanie. These two showed up to the trial together and people went nuts. They're like lawyer celebrities. It's like Judge Judy. It's a big deal to people in the Karen Reed lexicon to get to meet Melanie or Mark. And the reason is because they're badass. Okay. These are two badass attorneys, YouTube creators. The way they do it is they just break down and answer your questions, legally speaking, of the casework. Okay. Melanie, infamous for taking down the Catholic Church. How? Fucking shedding light and representing all of these fucking victims of child sex abuse from priests. All the priest diddlers. Yeah. The ones in Long Island, the ones that were on the national news. Yeah. Melanie fucking represented the victims in that shit. Okay. She stood up to the Catholic Church. She's not scared of the Pope and fuck the Vatican. Okay. Don't listen. She might not endorse what I just said, but I'm telling you, fuck all that. Fuck Rome. She's going to handle it. Okay. And she did. Mark, fucking lovable as shit. Amazing lawyer. Great points. Love seeing Mark in a sweater.
Hello, Daddy.
Fucking hoodie daddy, dude. Turtle Boy's new defense lawyer. I don't know exactly how he got into this other than going, hey, what the fuck on Twitter? He tried to compliment someone, aka Grant Smith Ellis, in one of the only times anybody could come up with a good and valid compliment for the man. And Grant took it poorly and attacked Mark. And I think that's how he ended up in all this mess. Defending the Constitution, discussing the law, and explaining things like, this is what witness intimidation is, kids. It's not what this guy said. Very integral in Turtle Boy's new defense. And Aussie, is there anything you want to add about either of these? Now, you guys know Aunt Mel very, very fucking well. She's a boss. She's bae. She's lawyer bae. Mark's kind of new to this channel. What do we know about him? What can you tell us that I missed or that I was wrong about?
Oh, you weren't wrong about anything. He did start a little earlier than when the case started. He was on Young Jerks talking about pre-trial motions and stuff that was going on pre-trial. I think Mike might actually be the one who uncovered Mark and started like getting him on. And then, of course, as you said, he went to the trial and met Melanie, and now they're an item talking about it. Melanie is bloody awesome. I owe everything to Melanie, like how big my channel grew when I was doing all of the LawTube clips from all of the channels. That it was mostly Melanie calling me out that sort of, you know, made my channel grow so quickly. And then, of course, Turtle Boy shouts me out as well. So I owe a lot to Melanie. She's a great lawyer. She's a great advocate for women. That's one of the reasons that she shouted me out, you know, helping the girls sort of thing. And Mark Better, I just can't say enough about him. He's a fantastic lawyer. He knows his shit. Like,
Yeah, he's the shit. He fucking rules, dude.
I don't
And-
think he wanted to get involved in the stuff
Didn't.
that was going on with Turtle Boy until there was a point where it just got too much. And then he heard about the accidental sending of Lindsay's phone data that wasn't meant to be sent by Tully. When he heard about that, he went total background on everybody. None of us expected it. It's just like the next thing we hear, bam, he's representing him. It was just over a period of time. He realized what I realized, that Turtle Boy was a tool for them to try and get Karen's bond revoked. And I think that was the point where he went, yeah, no, I can't just sit back and watch this anymore. So
Yeah, and I agree with what Pat was saying. I saw it like that too. Like, he was watching the trial and he was watching shit go down, and he's like, at what point do I step in? And it's like, oh, I don't fucking want to. Okay, I got to do something. Like, it's almost like he felt like it was a moral obligation. Melanie, she could have ducked out at any moment with the amount of heat she was getting from fucking psychos on the internet. Like, they doxed her, they fucking posted her address. They were psychos, all because they accused her of being another person on Twitter. Like, and she said, you know what? Fuck all this noise. She dipped out. She just kept doing her thing. And she became someone who really uplifted. I mean, shit, she's the reason I'm here, dude. Like, she is really into highlighting good voices that kind of rise above the insane. Now, I'm still fucking insane, and I don't even know if I'm a good voice, but I know Mark fucking is. And she basically said, hey, Mark, you want to see a shit show? Come with me. Come over here. Let's talk about it, because we both can kind of explain this. And they did, and they are great together. And that's why I put them together on here. I will watch Mark with Melanie, and I will watch Mark with Mike. And we're going to talk about him next. Curious. I think he's next. Let's move on. He is. Yeah, he is. There you go. Now, this is Uncle Mike. You guys meet your Uncle Mike. Now, Mike has no idea that I exist, I'm sure. I don't think half of these people do. But let me tell you something. I know he exists, and I love your Uncle Mike. I love watching him, and here's why. He's a cool hippie, dude. He's a cool hippie, but he's that hippie who, like, went to law school, maybe. I don't think he actually did. I don't know. I don't know much about him. I just know he could go to law school. He could be a professor. He could be, you know, literally a CFO of, and I believe it. This guy's fucking wicked smart, but he's also kind of a hippie. Love that for him. That's why I call him Cool Hippie Uncle Mike. Here's another weird nugget that I don't know why I know this. Ex-wrestler. I don't know if he went to state. I don't know if he was a wrestling star, but I like to tell people he did. I have made so many wrestling references in his chat that he's not only picked up on, but I can tell he likes them. And I like him because this is a guy, he can get you in a crossface chicken wing. He can get you in an armbar, but he chooses to be a conscientious objector. And I love that. He's smart. He's open. He's great at mediating. He is a dude that has Mark on a lot. And when they get together, it's like your two uncles smoked a J. Even if they didn't, it's like they did. And they're starting to talk about God and life and what are stars and why are we here? And it's so fucking fun to watch. I love their dynamic. He was also victimized, by the way, by the fucking crazy Twitter assholes. They're so mean to him. He got roped into this shit. He's, again, just a guy journalisming. He's just a journalist journalisming. And guess what? How dare you, hippie Uncle Mike? Fuck you. And they all went after him, and he didn't fucking deserve it. I cannot go through the list of the injustices done to him, Turtle Boy, Melanie, Mark, and Rita. But the amount of shit these people put up with is unbelievable, and he perseveres. Why? Well, A, because that yellow cottage jerk is a suck off and can get fucked, and it's fun to see Uncle Mike fucking rip on that guy. But also because people need to hear a voice of reason among the masses that's really fucking chill and a little bit open to whatever. This is your hippie Uncle Mike, okay? He is too chill to complain about it. He'll go, yeah, it fucking sucked. They stole my social security number, but whatever, man, it'll be fine. That's your hippie Uncle Mike. He could kill them with one hand. He chooses not to. Here's another thing. He reminds me so much of the journalist from Full Metal Jacket, but he also reminds me of the dude. And I think that's why I like him. Like, he just reminds me of the Big Lebowski. He is a huge player because he's constantly highlighting the injustices. He's following the trial. He's following the select board meeting. He's kind of like hippie Rita. What do you think, Aussie? Did I miss something? What's up with Mike? What can you tell me extra that I don't know?
Okay. Probably a little known fact about Mike is that I think he gave Grant his first sort of breakout in journalism. So Mike's a radio announcer, I think.
Yeah, he was on the radio. He used to work with Grant in the marijuana policy project stuff, right?
Right.
And
So
then
he kind
Grant
of
ate the bad acid, and then Mike didn't eat the bad acids.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So you won't be seeing Granty on the good guys list, that's for sure.
Yeah, basically Grant was the Marty Jannetty who got kicked through the window and ended up being a fucking weirdo on the internet. And cool hippie Uncle Mike is like Shawn Michaels who runs NXT now. That's the best way I can explain them. If you don't get that metaphor, I have not shown you enough wrestling. He is very kind. You can tell by the beard and the eyes. He just looks like he's enjoying life. Okay, let's move on. Who's next? Who we got now? Jessica Machado. I'm going to call her the dark horse. I don't know as much about her as I would like to. This is where you're going to come in heavy. Here's all I know. She's a correspondent and a reporter from Fall River, which is where Karen's from, right? She's the former host of the Jessica Machado Show and South Coast Tonight. I only know that because it was in her Twitter bio. She is not in the mood for your shit. She always looks like she had a long day at work and she's tired of the bullshit, but she's great at defending herself. She seems to get exasperated by the dumbness going on around her. But I really appreciate the time she fought Grant Smith Ellis over a spot in line, and she fucking won. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have one of the best freakouts, public freakouts of all time. Imagine an unlikable Steve Rule. We're going to get to Grant later. She basically provoked a fucking asshole who I can't stand. And I loved watching her. I mean, she didn't even provoke him. She just existed and he started attacking her and physically assaulting
just
her.
existing is what provoked him.
And she was the meme of the little girl going, like, I kind of love Jessica. She really doesn't do much that's wrong. In fact, I don't think she's ever done anything wrong or bad. People love to fucking attack her from the other side. And it's wild to me because she's fucking April from Ninja Turtles. She's just a reporter trying to live her fucking life. Tell me about Jessica. What do you know?
I really like Jessica. She was actually the first one that interviewed Mello when he first started going after Turtle Boy. And it was actually one of those Mello interviews that she did with him where he actually dobbed himself in for some of the stuff that he's getting blowback for now with Bero on board. Bero heard that interview and went, holy crap, he actually admitted it. So
can you tell people who Ken Mello is real quick?
Yeah, Ken Mello's the special prosecutor that was
she went out again. She's in the woods.
Trying to connect Karen Reed to the intimidation. Ken Mello was who D.A. Morrissey brought in, because otherwise, if D.A. Morrissey had have brought anyone else in, been a conflict of interest. So he brought in Ken Mello to do this specific job of banging Karen and Turtle Boy together in the witness intimidation scam that they had going, which is all coming apart at the seams right this very moment. All the evidence has been demanded and coming out. So Jessica is a very strong women's advocate. I don't know that she actually planned to be that, but just her ability to stand up for herself and defend herself in that one specific situation with Grant, and then go for the restraining order and represent herself in court for the restraining order and all of that stuff. She's become, you know, for me personally and anyone who knows of the situation, a very strong women's advocate, just because she did it. She did what we all, you know, hope that if we were in the same position, we could do ourselves. So,
and I want to point out that Jessica is in one of my favorite videos. I've already said this. She's the chair video. If you guys don't know, you're going to hear a lot about her. I think you're right. I think that she, again, this is another person who didn't necessarily want to be, like, she didn't want to be involved. She's a journalist. She has to remain outside and be unbiased, right? She got dragged into some shit she didn't want to be dragged into, and she rose above it. And she's almost like a different version of Rita. Love her to death. I don't really understand a lot of how she got roped into it other than the chair video, but I do know that she's just like, it's amazing how many reporters were just doing their jobs and somehow their personal self became like a character in this whole thing.
I think one of the only things that she's,
oh, it broke up again. Hold on, we'll wait for her to come back. Yeah, anybody who gets a restraining order and gets Grant kicked, this is basically a situation where somebody if New York were to come in on a House of Villains and immediately get Omarosa kicked out, that's what I think is going on here with Jessica. You know what I mean? She came in and inadvertently like knocked out the biggest dickhead. So she's hero bay. Like, we like her. It broke up on you again though, Aussie Insider. Can you?
I apologize.
No, you're good.
It's mostly me. Mrs. Parks is in the house, is asking.
Yeah, I see.
It's mostly me. But every time I open my mouth,
yeah, it's a connection issue. But don't worry, we'll go back when she breaks up and let her know where, and then she can like tell us again.
Yeah, I forget where I was at. I lost it. I was busy swearing at the internet.
You said that she's basically become like a feminist icon, and I think that's where we were at.
Oh, did I cut off that? That's pretty much all I had to say.
You cut out too. Fuck. Damn it. This fucking. Oh, it might be you, Miss Parks, because we're actually not cutting in and out right now. The internet's bad everywhere. I blame Grant. Here's what we're going to do. If you guys don't know what we're talking about with the chair video, this happened early on in the trial. Very few people could get in the courtroom. So Jessica, being a legit
reporter, I remember what I was going to say now.
Yeah, go on.
The thing Jessica did wrong was she treated Turtle Boy like a human being. She actually said hello to him and started talking to him, whereas nobody else, none of the other media wanted anything to do with him. They were like, whoa, stay back, dude. Whatever you stink you got on you will come off on us. But Jessica didn't do that. So, and that's why Grant took a disliking to her.
Yeah, and basically anybody who even talks to Turtle Boy, this fucking fella gets fucking wild about. Now, you're about to see some shit. People, this is the video where Jessica rose like a phoenix from the ashes and refused to take shit from this fucking weirdo, dude. Like, the best way I can describe him is a disturbed individual. And maybe a fall risk. Like, he has problems. Let's go ahead and hit play and check this fucking baddie out. And by baddie, I mean Jessica. Grant can get fucked. Let's go.
11:50 p.m. 6:45.
Get your body away from me!
Drop that chair here.
These people are going to eject you from this line for having not sent the lines there.
Don't touch me.
You
Don't
just
touch-
touch.
Don't touch
Grant,
me.
Please
Grant,
do
don't
not
touch
touch
her.
me. That's assault.
Grant, don't touch her.
Rapist.
Get away from me.
Please do not touch me.
Rapist.
You cannot touch me like that. It is incredibly inappropriate. How dare you?
We have witnesses that saw you hit her first.
Excuse me. She just bumped me.
Multiple witnesses. You hit her. I'm going to tell the police you hit her.
We
Grant.
have video of her just touching
Grant, I
property.
have video of you hitting
I
her.
have a.
How did that chair
So
get
I will
there?
be telling the police that when they arrive.
Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened.
And there's a gentleman who just accosted me and put
Oh.
his hands on me, and
I was just assaulted.
No, you
What
weren't.
you
That was
call
completely inappropriate. I am disabled.
You touched her. You hit a woman, Grant.
Excuse me, my back was turned.
Grant.
My back was turned, sir. It is on camera.
Yes, it is on camera. You're right about that.
I'm sorry.
My
you-
back was turned and she
you-
touched me
You hit
inappropriately.
her.
I'm
You
dressed
hit
in a
her.
black suit.
You hit her. We saw you hit a woman, Grant.
My
We
back
just
was
saw you
turned,
hit a
sir.
woman. We just saw you hit a woman.
And this is going to cause a problem because she came here without having left a line sitter.
Okay.
Why did you have a line sitter here all night?
Grant, we saw you hit a woman. Any comment on
Sorry.
that?
Yes.
Is that rope holding your pants up?
I just want to point out a few things. That is a rope holding his pants up. His pants do have a lot of bleach stains, maybe piss cum. I don't know what this shit is, but he's got stains all over. Nothing matches stains. This man's not homeless. In fact, this man has a mother who is a famous attorney, famous for being, in my opinion, for allegedly and for entertainment purposes only, a batshit fucking crazy. They live in a nice house, not a pineapple under the sea. He's the one, for real. You see his Tinder, it says disabled really big and loud in all caps. This guy calls himself a respected journalist. He starts every tweet off with breaking fucking news, even though it's just something he made up. He maintains
His Tinder should read self-combustible.
It should, because listen, we're fine with weed on this channel. You can smoke it if you want. He's an embarrassment to weed. I can't believe he smokes it, and he's still like this. I have a feeling he's been smoking CBD this time. Never met anyone on the amount of weed this guy smokes that is capable of being this insufferable. I would rather hang out with Janelle from Teen Mom than have to be around this guy ever. And the fact that Jessica screamed in his fucking face, I do want to go back. I'm sorry, it's so beautiful. She went full New York Housewives on his ass immediately because he needed it. And if she would have kicked the shit out of his ass at that moment, I would have sent her money in her commissary if I knew who she was at the time. As I learn more about her, I want to take her out to a nice seafood dinner and call her again because I think she fucking rules. We're going to watch it from the beginning again. I'm going to let it play all the way through. Holy fuck, this is a real human being that is fighting a woman.
She just touched my property, told she didn't have a line sitter here until 11 p.m. 6:45
Get your body away from me.
Drop that chair here.
Also, we have the same computer. We have the same laptop. I just got one of these last year and I really like it. It's really great if you're a writer or if you write scripts. I trust her.
These people are going to eject you from this line for having not sent the line
He did.
sitter.
Don't touch me.
He did. He did bad things to everyone, Delilah. Everyone.
Don't touch me.
Please do not touch
Best
me.
part of this is when he calls the cops on himself.
Yeah, he has called the cops on himself. He's the guy that's running down the street with
funny.
a glass pipe and a fucking cell phone screaming at people, but also mooches off the government for, I'm assuming, disability. Otherwise, he's just telling people that because he wants sympathy. I don't know. He feels like the type of guy to steal valor too. He hasn't yet. Again, these are all my opinions and allegedly. Also, Jessica's the first person I've maybe ever seen who represented herself pro se, who I respect. So let's keep going.
Don't touch her.
Rapist.
Get away from me.
Please.
Oh yeah, and he calls Turtle Boy a rapist, even though Turtle Boy's not a rapist. So just a thought.
Do not touch me.
Just because his ex-girlfriend is trying to have him arrested for rape. It's not because he did anything.
Yeah, she made it up, right? Crusty Panties?
No,
Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Yeah,
Lindsay
and then also,
Gay.
yeah, and then he tried to bang, allegedly for entertainment purposes, Grant tried to bang Lindsay after. So that if that gives you any idea as to the motivation there, here we go.
Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredibly inappropriate. How dare you?
We have witnesses that saw you hit her first.
Excuse me, she just bumped me.
Multiple witnesses. You hit her. I'm going to tell the police you hit her.
We
Grant.
have video of her just touching
Grant, I have
property.
video of you hitting her.
How did that
So
change?
I will be telling the police that when they arrive.
Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened.
And there's a gentleman who just accosted me and put
Oh.
his hands on me, and
I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate. I am disabled.
You touched her. You hit a woman, Grant.
Excuse me, my back was turned.
Grant.
My back was turned, sir. It is on camera.
Yes, it is on camera. You're right about that.
I'm sorry.
My back was turned and she touched me
You
inappropriately.
hit her.
I'm
You
dressed
hit
in a
her.
black suit.
You hit her. We saw you hit a woman, Grant.
My
We
back
just
was
saw you
turned,
hit a
sir.
woman. We just saw you hit a woman.
And this is going to cause a problem because she came here without having left a line sitter. Why did you have a line sitter here all night?
Grant, we saw you hit a woman. Any comment on that?
I also want to point out I've only seen a line sitter fight once in my life, and it was at Franklin Barbecue. And someone paid a line sitter, and then they went full Grant Smith Ellis, and even that ended up with people hugging and eating barbecue. This is absurd. What the fuck is that phone? What the fuck is that face? What the fuck is happening here? I'm so upset. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Is that rope holding your pants up?
White male, curly hair, glasses.
Whoops.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. I'm actually super sorry. I was fine until he touched me, and I can't.
Hi, I need an officer.
He touched her.
Hold on.
He pushed her.
Just came here and assaulted.
I think he's in his 30s.
Yeah, I think he's 30-ish, in his 30s.
There's also a good chance that no one knows. He could be one of those guys that's like in vampire forms at night saying he's 200 years old. So he is that type of nerd. He's a lot. He is a lot. What's the sticker on his phone? It's probably a penis. This guy's a fucking dork, dude. He's insane. I tweeted you a wrestling podcast done by locals. Ooh, what's it called in New Mexico? Wait. I might already listen to it. Yes. Everybody's thinking, how unfortunate. Yeah. Grant's fucking crazy.
There's one person left on the list that you didn't mention. Do you mind if I chuck him on the list?
Is it Mazza?
No. Oh, you still got a few to go, haven't you?
Yeah, I did add him on the list. I got a few to go, but we'll go quick.
Tommy was the one I wanted to add.
Oh, yeah, I can't add that guy. I'll tell you why later, but I can't add that guy. Nope. I saw some stuff and I can't do it. We'll wait. We'll talk about it later, but I get why. Yeah, I think it's a very Chris Benoit situation. We'll talk about it later. Here, let's do the next person. Let me pull up. Because I'm really excited to see what you say about them. Because let me just say, this is I say this is the Grandmaster, in my opinion, the final boss. Not in our slideshow, but overall. Let me pull us both up. All right. We're about to talk about Olivia Lambeau. All right. Olivia is pretty fucking great. Again, final boss status. Why do I say this? Because Olivia is iconic. on Twitter, in my opinion. She is the free Karen Reed Bay. She is an OG as fuck person. You told me she's a combat analyst. I had no idea. Very fucking smart, very fucking savvy, works at a lot of international security type of shit. Directly probably, I think, affects a lot of things that have to do with national government. And I would consider her, from what I've heard and seen, like Walter Cronkite meets Neo meets Sally Jesse Raphael. But let me explain. She reports facts. Okay. She isn't just an OSINT queen. She's like intelligence overall queen, which puts her at Neo level for me. But she's also knee deep in the shit. And by that I mean all the outliers, not just the goodies, but the baddies too. Like, they love to shit on Olivia. They love to shit on her. They love it. But she's also a local. She serves so many purposes in this trial, and she understands law. So, in my opinion, she's probably the most well-rounded. Like, she fills so many roles, and she dedicates so much time to explaining, sussing out, reporting, and deep diving even the tiniest facet of this case. I think out of all the people in this, other than like, I would say you and Deb, because you guys are doing something different. We'll talk about that later. But I think as far as like, if you combined Turtle Boy and Rita and the lawyers and pretty much everybody, you would kind of have like a cool collection of skills that I think would kind of be an Olivia. What do you think? What am I getting wrong? What did I miss?
No, you're spot on. She's the bae.
She is there,
What
right?
I love about Olivia is if she doesn't know something, she'll reach out and she'll say, all right, I'm not great with, this side of things. Tell me about how does this work? So I gave her, like, for example, I gave her a rundown on hash values and why they're important in the chain of chain of custody. And she sat on that for a couple of weeks. She sat on it, but I wasn't sure what she was going to do with it. And I'd put out a couple of videos about it, but she sat on it. And then all of a sudden, she just wrote this massive, huge, as she does, article and pulled apart every single detail. Like, I gave it to her in, half a dozen sentences in Messenger. And then next minute, she's gone and pulled this thing apart. She will research it so that she understands, especially if it's a topic she's not familiar with, she will research that thing until she knows it backwards. And then the articles that she will write, she's just great. She doesn't take our word for it. If she's asking around, she doesn't take your word for it. She asks, she gets the answer, and then she'll go research the fuck out of it. And
I really
that's what
do love that.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
One time I just DM'd her on Twitter. I said, hey, when did they get Chloe? Like, that's all I asked. And she just immediately was like, she was 1 year old and they got her in this shit. Like, I was like, whoa. Like, she just fucking, and then I researched it to make sure. Fucking dead ass, dude. Olivia's not going to steer you wrong. I would say, I'm going to say something
She
bold.
can commit stuff to her head, like, dates and times and exact things, like down to the second. And I can't do that. I got to have all my notes in front of me.
Yeah, dude. And she's very thorough. And there's somebody in this group right now who's up there on the screen. And, she's my mod. She's your little sister, everybody. And you guys know her as Goofy Lovable Rabbit, just like you know me as Goofy Lovable Dad, or sometimes fucking Goofy Bitch Dad. But we goof a lot here. If there's one kid that I can compare to Olivia, it would be Rabbit. A lot of you guys don't know this. Rabbit has a little side that Rabbit kind of hasn't really shown as much as I'd like to see. She's going to soon. She's got to be prepped, right? She's got to be ready. Rabbit has sent me some of the most thorough, legit breakdowns of not just the Commonwealth in general, in when it comes to the Karen Reed trial, but the state of fucking Massachusetts, like Rabbit is a historical fucking baddie, gets the OSINT, structures it, analyzes it, and writes fucking thesis papers that blow my fucking mind just because she's interested and into this shit. I feel like if we teamed Rabbit up with Olivia ever, the world would explode. Like, I can't wait for Rabbit to discuss this with y'all one day. It's up to her when. But the breakdowns that I've seen Olivia do on Twitter, if you had someone write an extensive paper that breaches out beyond the community and beyond the modern 10-year timeline that most people kind of stop at, Rabbit goes back to the 1800s, dude. Rabbit doesn't fuck around. Very Olivia of her. And I love it. And you guys know how much I fucking love Rabbit. So I would highly encourage everyone to fucking get your buttholes tightened, because when she's ready, she's going to bring out the goods and the gabagool, and you're going to fucking love it. And Olivia, she is, again, final boss. Like, how do you get better than that? She's fucking brilliant. Love her to death. Her handle is Olivia Lambo _. Again, we're going to put this in the description below when this video is done. Everybody's going to have links to their stuff so you guys can go check them out. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Microdots. Microdots. I'm going to tell you what I think, because I think Microdots is British. I'm going to be honest with you. I watched like 2 videos and I can't figure out if I'm wrong or not. Like, is Microdots British? I think.
No.
So, no? Okay, never mind. In my head, he is, which is why I put that there, regardless.
Because he uses a English voiceover when he does some of his videos.
Okay. I didn't know if that was really him or not. That makes sense now. Not British. Glad I put in my head he is. Okay. He's Turtle Boy adjacent in that he's with Turtle Boy a lot, and he kind of in a way got sucked into. I saw a thing where the cops like talk shit to him, or no, it was Chris Albert. See how I get them confused because one thinks he's a cop. He was like, I hope you're not fucking driving home tonight or something from like a quiz thing. And I'm like, what? Like, he kind of threatened him a little. And it's like, this guy's just like a documentary filmmaker, dude, who in my eyes, he's a visual artist. He's a filmmaker. He makes cool reconstructions in a style that's very unique. You know a Banksy when you see it. You know a Microdots when you see it. That's all I'm going to say about that. They should have hired him to do the crime scene reconstruction instead of that. They did?
They did. When, all in the trial, every time you seen the house and they were saying which side was the Jeep parked and where did Higgy park? Oh, out there in front of the mailbox. That was Microdot's 3D recreation of the house.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he also had a bunch of stuff for closing arguments that they were going to use for demonstration through closing arguments. And I think they've cut them too short, so they couldn't fit it all in. Or something along those lines.
I didn't even know that. I thought I heard that, but I thought I heard that Microdots, they were maybe Yannetti or someone was thinking of hiring him. I didn't know they did. That's amazing. They should.
And then on top of all of that, whenever you see pictures of, whenever you see video footage of Turtle Boy like shouting into his phone and leading all the protests and whatever, he's when you see him being filmed, that's Richie. That's who Microdots is. He's Turtle Boy's actual cameraman.
So can we call him Rick, or we're gonna go with Richie, Richard? What are we gonna? Okay.
Everyone knows him as Richie.
I like that. I like Richie. He's not British, but we're gonna pretend he is. Okay. You're welcome, Rabbit. You fucking deserve it. I'm telling you guys, Rabbit has written some shit that blew my fucking mind, and I'm like, oh my god, it all makes sense.
He's got a full Canton accent too. He's full Canton. He's full like Massachusetts. Yeah.
That blows my mind, dude. I swear to God. See, that's the oblivious part of me. Is I'm like, he must be British. It can't be AI. See, even your dad gets fucking fooled. I love
I think the reason that he was using the British accent in his videos is because very early in the piece, Turtle Boy went to a lacrosse game, I think, to put a camera in the face of, I think it was Jen McCabe and
Oh, I
and kind
watched it. He didn't even get in their face. He stood behind them from a safe distance and asked he asked the question like 3 times, and then everybody
right,
fucking flipped out.
right. And what happened was the security guys grabbed Richie and thought it was Richie, and tried to throw him out, and so he kind of copped a bad rap because of that incident, and so he kind of went like underground, just didn't want anyone to know that Microdots was connected to him and stuff until it all cooled down again. But he's come back. He's come out now. He's come back firing on all 4 cylinders and using his own voice in videos and stuff now. So,
Dude, the voiceover is Ewan McGregor from fucking Trainspotting. Are you kidding me? I'm such a dipshit. You guys fucking log out. Stop watching me right now. How did you not?
I didn't even pick that up myself. You're right.
Dude, oh fuck, dude. I see in my head, as far as I was concerned, Microdots is secretly Ewan McGregor. No, seriously, that's fucking. I'm learning a lot. So Microdot, I'm learning more from you guys than you're learning from me. So also, I knew he was there for this. And we should put that video below where Microdots filmed Turtle Boy doing exactly what the prosecution said happened. And I want to put in the prosecution's shitty video where they show their version of what happened versus Microdots, because the pure way of that ragdoll 2D thing was hilarious. Love it so much. Loved it. Totally couldn't have happened. Didn't happen that way. Especially the whole slow floating. You know what I'm talking about? When they showed that video of the guy slow floating and then spinning around in a pure way.
Yeah.
Fucking loved it, dude. I would put that up against any Microdots video and fucking be up its ass, because this is it's so good. I'm gonna listen to more of his stuff with his current accent, with his real accent, not the one in my head. And dude, if you love yourself, go subscribe to Rabbit's channel. We're gonna put links to all this below because you guys got to see this shit. It's wild. Let me hold on. You guys just saw my Canva. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. Your dad uses Canva. Let's go ahead and put up the next one because I fucked up. Hold on. Here we go. So this is the one I'm going to need help with too, because oddly, I've watched a ton of his videos. I still know nothing about him. And what I find fascinating is that's exactly how journalism should be. You should be able to, I mean, I'm talking like real joke. Like when you watch the news, in my opinion, as much as I want to know who's fucking and, who used to do what and who believes what, in reality, the best objective news you can get is from someone that you know fucking nothing. Like you shouldn't know everything about. He does a good job of that because I can't find out much about this fucker. So this is what I know. I know he's a citizen journalist, and I think he's a techie guy because some of the words and lingo he's used. Also, I didn't do a ton of research on them, like their history. I didn't go into the OSINT like really. I wanted to tell you who I think they are and get corrected. You know what I mean? So for me, the very little that I did actually look up on him, I don't get much. Like he's tough egg to crack. I think he's a fact checker because I've heard him check a lot of facts. And again, kind of like I would say he's the boy Olivia in a way that he's thorough, but he's a YouTube personality. I think he's more that than anything. And he's very tall, is what I've heard. I again don't know if it's true. Looking at this picture, kind of looks tall. He's got a cool voice. I like his voice. I feel like he's self-critical a lot, and I wish he wouldn't be, but it is endearing. But I wish he wouldn't be because he's so good at what he does. I want him. I want him to have a lot of confidence. I think he's gotten that. You can tell this is a dude who knows his shit, and I feel like I could listen to him talk for a long time. I don't think he knows how good he is at this. I really don't. I don't think he knows how good his voice sounds or how funny he is to listen to, despite it being really disturbing content. But I think he's also kind of a local cheese making. Again, he is like, he's a media personality, but it's hard to crack him. But when he does have cheese, it's the good shit that ends up being true, so it becomes evidence. He's not the one who just spreads bullshit. Like, I'm very interested in what else he's gonna come out with. What do you think? Is there, I know there's stuff I missed. I need to know more about him. What do you know? What do you know? What did I miss?
Probably just what Mia said. I would add to the conversation, that is, he played college basketball, you know, the height and the big hands.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, and he loves his chicken wings. He's the
What
chicken man.
does he call him? Does he call him nuggies? What does he call the chicken wings?
Top chicken predator, as Nanya Shabusiness says.
Should
He's big on his chicken. He's big on his chicken recipes, fried chicken, and
I'm into that. Chooks.
yeah,
Fried chooks.
chooks. Yeah,
He's a top
yeah.
chicken predator. Okay, I'm into that. I mean, okay. You used to do sports journalism? That's fucking hard, Ernie. Dude, I dabbled in wrestling journalism for a while, and yeah, the sports guys are moody, and girls, they're all fucking moody. What's Canva? It's just a thing. It's literally a way. It's a fancy Adobe. It's PowerPoint. It's fancy PowerPoint. That's what it is. He loves chicken wings. He played college basketball. I mean, that's enough on Tinder. So many people in that. People should be fucking him. He looks like he fucks. Does he fuck? We don't have to answer that. It's fine. He seems like a beloved dude. I think he rules. I like that there's mystery to him. I like his voice. He is probably the most humble, I would say, out of all of them. Am I wrong?
Yeah, he's pretty humble. And also, he doesn't take shit from people. Like, as humble as he is, he won't take shit. And I kind of
Mhm.
like that about him. You know, he'll stand up for himself.
Yeah, he does. He gets like, he's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking put up with that. And it's like, it's very he would be good. Did he do radio? Because he would be good on radio. He, again, another Howard Sterny type to me.
I'm not sure if he actually has done radio, but everyone's been saying to him ever since he's sparked his channel up, which I think it was only just before the trial started, or maybe as the trial was starting, he sparked up his own YouTube channel, and everyone loved his voice and was just like, "Oh my God, you should be a radio announcer." And then by April, by the time the trial had started, he was getting more brave and putting his face on camera. So he's really shy as well as humble. So
That's what he could be. That's where I think he sticks in my head. I feel like he could be like a Mauro Ranallo. Like, I feel like he could be a boxing commentator, a wrestling commentator, a baseball commentator would be perfect. Like, people, I don't think people appreciate commentators enough, like in sports.
yeah.
He would be really good at that. I would listen to him go like, "Oh my God, it's a goal." Like, I could see him doing
Yeah.
that. Love his
Mhm.
voice. Okay, so
Yeah.
Mazza, he's I mean, up there with like everybody that we just mentioned pretty much. Okay, now we're on to Bay. This is Nurse Kim. I love Nurse Kim. I've watched a lot of her stuff recently. I got to know her in a weird way, not like personally, but like first time I heard her, she was dropping hot gossip on, I want to say, Young Jerks.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was like, who is this bitch telling us all the deets? Who is this bitch giving us all the cheese may? And why is she so funny? She makes me laugh very hard. I like her takes. I like her quips. I had no idea she was from TikTok. When I found out, I watched them and I was like, Nurse Kim, book a stage in my city because I would go fucking watch you, bitch. You're very funny. Very funny. That's why I call her a TikTok free Karen Reed Bay. She has been very involved in an Olivia way, but she gives a nurse perspective, a medical take on the injuries, is what you told me. When I saw her, she was talking about like the FBI entering the courtroom and what that meant. And this was like before the end of the trial. And I was like, what does that mean? And she was talking about some, I don't know. I heard, and I'm like, what the fuck, Nurse Kim? Like, she had some cool thoughts that day, but they were not medical related. So when I
Yep.
started listening to her medical related shit, I was like, oh, wow. Not afraid to give an opinion. Very talkative, very funny. She gives the perspective on these injuries from a medical professional, and she does it in an entertaining way, and she understands the complexities of TikTok, the internet, and social media marketing. And that is the holy trinity, really. What am I missing?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. I've had Kim on my channel once, and we've talked about the mental health side of things. Had a great discussion with her and Shorty about mental health and the Sarah Birchmore case. So yeah, she's actually a great all-rounder. She has that local knowledge of how the law is supposed to work and how it's not working in this case. She's got the medical background on how the injuries were supposed to look, because she treats people in the ER all the time. So she knows what that should have looked like. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with most of it. She's funny. She's upbeat. She doesn't take shit from anyone. She's a cool person. I like him.
And if you do happen to hit a nail on anyone's head, Nurse Kim can bandage it up and diagnose it. And that's great. So let's keep going. Okay. Had to put this bitch on. You know why. Ladies and gentlemen, kids, you already know her. And if you don't, you're about to. Auntie Deb, aka the whore. Now, we call her the whore because she responds to a whore flute, and she's our aunt, and we know how drunk she gets and crab crawls. Just kidding, she doesn't drink. She's naturally that way. Wild. In all seriousness, we're about to branch off into the creative side of the Free Karen Read movement. Now, I would consider the following people journalists for sure, but they have curbed the market in a way. And by the market, I mean the Karen Read trial market, in a way that others maybe are a little intimidated to. And that market is what I would consider the music, comedy, parodist, and I don't want to say really satire, but also like the sarcastic, oh yeah, is that what like willing to put people on blast market? And pretty much some of my favorites, because communication is hard. When you can communicate in an entertaining way that is interesting, funny, or creative, you can spread the word of a movement much faster. Let me put it this way. If you're watching a commercial for car insurance and it's like, you can get this insurance here, and here's, a football player telling you, and then he catches the ball and goes, I got this insurance, it saved my family. Are you going to remember that as much as you're going to remember Legal Emu and Doug? Like, people know the liberty, Bibberty. Like, people know that shit because it's goofy as fuck. When you can make people remember a jingle, a commercial, a TV show, anything with comedy, fucking good on you. If you can make people remember an entire fucking trial and then want to get into it and then want to read about it and then get them involved in a cause using it, next level. Your whore aunt figured out how to do this. She is a Free Karen Read parodist. She's a TikTok icon. She is the surrogate to Judge Beverly Cannoni. She is an awareness super spreader, among other things. And she got that dog in her, y'all. She ain't got no quit. And that's why we play the whore flute and summon her so much, because we enjoy her. And it's really hard to be enjoyable when talking about the type of fuck shit going on in Canton. and she also happens to be a local. What did I miss about this filthy crab crawling whore that you like that?
She is really fucking good at picking up like a character at short notice. Like, she blew me away. I sent her, I was like, "Are you coming on tonight?" She's like, "Yep, I'm coming on." So I gave her 3 hours notice to study a character in Australia called Kylie Mole. I'm like, "This is Kylie Mole. See what you can do with it, because I think you'll like her, because she's a Kylie Minogue fan. That's pretty much whenever Kylie Mole was on, that's all she ever raved on about was Kylie Minogue." And so I sent through one video, and then she researched the hell out of it. She pulled up every video she could find of Kylie Mole, and 3 hours later had the wig, the freckles, dressed like her, the school uniform, the whole lot. She had the whole thing going, and even nailed Kylie Mole's Bogan accent. Like, I was just blown away. It was so good. It was so good. So
Dude.
Aussies will know who Kylie Mole was. She's like from the 80s, from a comedy sort of the Comedy Company in the 80s. I think it was Comedy Company.
And she I just pull out. She had the wig ready, dude. That's the thing about your aunt. She has a wig for every occasion. And she is really good at that. I remember so when I first met her, I don't really remember exactly what it was, but I think I'd been leaving a series of I Love New York Flava Flav inspired comments on her content. And she picked it up, and I could tell right away she was a Flava Love fangirl. I knew right away this bitch has watched a ton of Next Bus. She definitely watches Bad Girls Club. She knows about the Teen Moms. Like, I saw the demo and I said, this is someone that is fucking around in like, oh my God, are we like soul dogs territory? Because every fucking little inside, like, I've never heard anyone else besides myself mention casually in daily conversation specific moments in television. One of them was Passions. Things like that, like specific shows that she would mention, and I'd be like, that's my fucking childhood, you know? And I basically just started communicating with her after I saw her TikToks and her on Melanie, and we hit each other up, and she's like, I love your channel. I was like, bitch, I love your channel. And it's like I would have taken Jimmy to prom if we went to high school together. I absolutely would have. I would have been his beard. And I fucking love him to death. And I don't think there's not very many people on earth I find funnier than this motherfucker. This motherfucker in a bev wig. Holy shit. Like, this could be how we solve Israel and Palestine right here, is with this crab shit.
Yeah.
Hauling on the beach for a claw competition, not much that's funnier than that. Like, she makes me fucking laugh. And I think that is something people needed, comedic relief, because this shit was fucking depressing. To be able to make people laugh at something depressing like that. Like, tragedy is comedy, but it's a fine line. You gotta walk it right. She not only walked it right, she crab crawled across the Cape right. I think without her, we'd have a lot less eyes on Karen Reed. And I don't know if she realizes how much she's done to help Karen. What do you think?
Dead spot on. Plus, she's super tall. I
Mhm.
find it hard to transpose to Jimmy from
Mhm.
Auntie Deb. You know, like the character Auntie Deb is who we all know. So
Mhm.
it's very difficult for me to transpose to the real person, Jimmy. When you said Jimmy earlier, I had no idea who you were talking about.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. And also, without her, we wouldn't have Uncle Francis. And we love Uncle Francis, who
Uncle
vapes. I
Frank.
know. Yeah, vapes like crazy and doesn't know shit about the Karen Reed trial, yet somehow to me should be on this list.
Right.
And I'm gonna do a second list of the goodies because there are some that I need to put on there, but I was prepping for this and I was like, we can't fit all of them. So we're gonna have to break this shit up and then we're gonna do the baddies. But goddamn, dude. Goddamn. Okay, let's see. Yeah, wait, what? Read the Bev is still on for the trial. Breaking news. What do you think of this?
You might wanna knock Kimmy Love and stuff on the head before it starts because it's about to crank up. It's a
Can you
trial.
tell me how to carry? She didn't say she thinks she clipped John O'Keefe. She said, could I have? Which is a reasonable thing, right? Like, could I have done something? Did I do that? Like, there's a whole show built around it. It's called fucking Urkel, bitch. It's called Family Matters. Go do your research. Did I do that as a listen? When I was a kid, all right, and the dog ate a fucking toad and choked and died, I sat there and I cried to myself and I thought, shit, was that my fault? Did I do that? Did I forget to pull a toad out of the dog's fucking water bowl? No, I didn't. You just ask yourself questions like, was I responsible? Did I do something? Could I have prevented this in some way? Anytime someone you love dies, if you have a family member who dies, you go, could I have helped? Should I have done more? Did I do something wrong? Did I, she was a diabetic. Should I have not given her that food 2 weeks? Like, people ask these things all the time.
Yeah, if that's not your first thought, you're not human. And
Yeah.
I really hate when Kimmy fucking hits people's chats and screams at everyone like, "What would you want that to be?"
Yeah, she's doing it in all caps, and she thinks that I'm not going to entertain this. But the thing about me, Kimmy, loving stuff is I fucking love trolls. And if you want to troll here, that's fine. You can troll here. Have a good time. The problem is you're asking a reasonable question. And even though you're getting a reasonable answer back, I'm sure you've gotten this answer a million times. Like, here's why she said that. You continue to ask. And here's the thing. If you keep asking the same question over and over and expecting a different result, you're fucking crazy. And that's not on me. That's on like Greek philosophy. Karen Reed said John O'Keefe entered the home. No, she said that he put his head in. Okay. She thought he put his head in. Also, the framing of the question at the trial was, did you see him walk up the driveway? I mean, that's that simple. Had they asked him asked her the right question or formatted it correctly, right? Or I shouldn't say at the trial, on Dateline. They had formatted it correctly, they would have gotten a different answer. And that was the first round, right? Or that was 2020. That was the first round. They asked her a different question. If they asked her the same question on Dateline and 2020, they would have gotten the same answer. They asked her different, very specific, direct questions. She answered them. They seem reasonable to me. I hope that answers your question. Also,
you've been stuck on taps since fucking April, Kimmy Love. Haven't sort your tech out. Don't stand there and tell me you know what's going on in this case and you can't even work your fucking phone. Like, hello.
Well, here's the other thing. Look, she put said with capital, but said is, are you saying Saeed? Is this a name? Or are you just choosing to capitalize the end of the sentence? This really isn't a good format for you, Kimmy. It makes you look fucking stupid. Like, if you can read and write correctly, just do it so people take you seriously. Because right now, you look like you chose to basically like go live in the worst part of Florida and like stand outside on your lawn and just like fucking scream at the sky. Like, you look like you do drugs or you're unhinged. Like, you seem like an unhinged person when you fucking write shit like that, unless it's meant to be funny. But you don't seem very funny. So like, fix it and then you'll be taken more seriously. Like, people will engage with you more, hun. Like, also, why is love and stuff undercased but said is capitalized? None of this makes sense to me, Kim. What are we doing here, Kim? What are we fucking doing? Kim, I need you to get real, bitch. Can you come on? Can we talk about what your fucking problem is? Do you want to come on? I'll send you a link. No, let's bring Kim.
Real?
Let's bring Kim on. I want to talk to you, Kim. Kim,
All right,
hun.
I'm muting.
No, don't mute. Let's talk to Kim. Let's find out what her fucking aggression is. What's your deal, Kim?
I don't
What
feel
do
like being yelled at, Bun.
No, she's not gonna yell. She's behind a computer, okay? And I am stuck on cat. See, you're not though, because now you're lying,
I only
Kim.
got one speed, man.
Now she's lying. Look, I should have gone all the way to the end. That's my bad, Kim. Okay. If I had read it to the end, I would have seen that you said you're stuck on caps, but you started the sentence properly formatted. So I know you can do it, and you're choosing to be a dummy. As your dad, by the way, I'm your dad now. First, you're fucking grounded. Okay. Stop acting like a dummy. Second of all, I know you can do it, hon. I know you can do it. I know you can pull your head out of your ass long enough to realize that these shows are edited. You feel me? They're edited. Okay, here we go. Back to the enter the home front door and then the side. They didn't say that. She said he put. Do we need to play it? We'll do it on the next one, Kim. You're being too much. I think you need to put the Galaxy gas down, hun. You gotta quit huffing that shit. It's making you weird. It's making you weird. Put it down. Go back and watch the Dateline. Watch the 2020 again. Clip it. Come back to me, honey. Come back to me. Right now, you're too spaced out. You might have done Flocka. Yeah, you could have Kim's allowance. She's fucking crazy,
Yep.
right?
You can have all of her allowance.
All her
not just
allowance.
all of it. The whole fucking lot.
This is what happens when I let them go to the mall with their friends. They come back, they're Galaxy gassed out. Karen was in shock and horror, just like douche Jet. She didn't know the extent of Ojo's injuries right away. When she saw them, she knew she didn't do that. That is a good point. Also, she laid on top of him screaming and crying and tried to warm him up when no one else did. So regardless, let's say she did accidentally hit him. Let's say she did. That's not murder with intent, hun. That's what she's being charged.
None of the data adds up. You can sit there and go, she said, but the data doesn't back it up. Okay. End of story. That's why they had to destroy a heap of data. It doesn't add up.
Let me give you an even better explanation that just occurred to me. Do you know who else said? Yeah, we'll make it quick. Do you know who else said that they killed someone? Do you know who else said that they killed a lot of people, like 28 people that they didn't kill? Henry Lee Lucas. He admitted to stuff. I think even Tommy Lynn Sells admitted to 3 murders he didn't do, proven by forensic evidence and later on real confessions. People say things, and even if they are telling the truth, the police still have to have the evidence to back it up, especially with a murder conviction, especially if it's capital murder or anything with intent, really, hun. So, like, even if she said she did it, even if that were true, the evidence still doesn't back it up. And that's sad because let's be honest, Officer John O'Keefe deserved more. Okay. So even if you were correct in your all caps mess of a sentence, it doesn't fucking matter because the evidence doesn't fucking fit. You could tell me all day you tried to shoot, like, I don't know, fucking Kennedy. But if you weren't at the grassy knoll, how the fuck did you shoot him? If you were in your house stomping around screaming, you're a pervert, how did you shoot him or run him over with a Lexus at another house at the same fucking time? It makes no sense, Kim. Kimberly, ungrounded, but you're going to your mother's, okay? Because I can't handle you right now. And if I ground you and then send you to your mother, she's going to bitch at me and be like, well, what am I supposed to do? Regulate her? And I'm going to be like, look, you're not a good mom. I understand because Kimmy's just fucking like you, bitch. All right, let's keep moving on. We've got one more. All right, we've got one more. One more. Do not forget. Okay, we'll fucking watch, Kim. You can come sit on dad's lap and I'll fucking choke you from behind because you're driving me fucking nuts right now.
I told you. She's a troll.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? We got to treat the trolls with love because I guarantee you, Kimmy was the kid who wanted to like hang out with people and go see, and they pie faced her ass. They're like, you're fucking annoying, Kim. She needs love. She needs love. She does sound like crusty panties, but you know what? She needs antibiotics. Okay. And we'll give them to her. And if they don't take, kids. All right. You can only do so much for a crusty pair of undies. All right. This is one of my favorites right here. And why didn't your fucking picture show up? Oh, that's right. Because you're right fucking here, bitch. Aussie Insider. You know you're on the list. Again, I don't know why. It's why is your
Yeah.
well that's annoying. I don't know why your picture didn't show up. Let's
I got a real picture if you want it.
okay, you can send it to me. Look at
Okay.
this. Here's what I see. Here's what I see. And you're not just these things, but this is like the way I would describe you. She's a witty Austin music Austin, oh my god, Aussie musician. Because people forget, but you're a music hoe. You're music bay. You are our Rihanna. You do video breakdowns using lots of creative means. And that's why I put you with Deb, because you're forcing people to use the other side of their brain, which helps with memory. And I think because of people like you and Deb, people remember the trial, the characters, the point, the intent, the objective. It's very useful. You do video breakdowns with a down under perspective. I just wanted to put that. It's also an inspiration to see people on the other side of the world totally rooting for you. And I love that for Karen, that she has people like you and like Miss Shorty, who is going to be in part 2. But I love that you exist as kind of a beacon that, like, no, it's not just Massachusetts that sees this shit. The whole fucking world sees it. It also puts the prosecution in a position that is kind of intimidating. It forces them to step up their game because the whole world's watching. And John deserves the best fucking prosecution that they can get if the person who they're accusing really did it. And I think if they have the best prosecution, that's fair, because this is the best defense I've probably ever seen. So to see them both go head to head, it's fair, it's reasonable. It deserves a thorough look at by intelligent, well-educated, smart people. I think that putting that world pressure, that international pressure on them, forces them to take it more seriously and puts more eyes on it. I would consider you a checks and balances bay. You're very good at picking out things that other people don't notice, asking the question, and then finding someone who can answer it if you can't yourself. I think it's really important for people to have, like, this is very Buddha of me, but or Buddhist, I should say. They believe that you should not just be a teacher, but a student, right? Buddhism, Taoism. I feel like you are willing to be both. And it's really hard for people to get past, I think, their biases against, like, the older we get, people go, I can't go back to school. I can't fucking do that. I'm 40. You can, and you should if that's what you want to do. And I feel like you're open to constantly learning, but you're also fucking wicked smart in your own right, and you prove things. You're a prover, and I like that. You have an iconic as fuck NPR voice. I already said that, but you could fucking lull a kitten to sleep, and I think you catch things others miss. Am I wrong? Is there something I missed?
Oh man, I got a fat head.
You got a big fat fucking head because you're a big old bird. Anything else?
Well, interestingly, I sent you my photo, and I don't know if you knew what I look like before now, but I actually do have Indian heritage. So it's funny
Ooh.
that you said Buddhist and I can't remember the terms that you used, but yeah,
Taoist, like, yeah, Eastern, like Taoist Buddhism, the whole,
Taoist and Buddhism, right? So it's Himalayas, which is
yeah,
Taoist and Buddhism area.
okay, like achieving
So,
nirvana type of mentality. I feel like you're very well rounded too.
right. I know a lot of people have seen my actual face. Well, I have an issue with
Hold on, let me pull this down real quick. Because I'm trying to open my email real quick, and I just know my computer cannot fucking handle it. Here we go. Okay, go on. Oh wait, she got woods. Do you guys? She's in the woods. She's in the woods. She'll be right back. Auntie Aussie's in the woods.
my internet sorted.
It's okay, dude. Here we
I have
go.
an issue at the moment with my bridges. So I've got a
Nope, she went out again. Her bridges. She's got a moat issue, or is it me? Did I freeze? I might have froze.
man. I'm cut heaps, aren't I? Where was I?
You said that you've got a bridge issue. She cut out again. Oh no.
No, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah, it's the dingoes, dude. It's the dingo nodes. I didn't get an email from you. Did you send it? Oh, did you send it on Discord?
Discord. Yeah,
Oh,
on Discord.
I'm so
I
bad.
could
I always close it.
have just shared it here actually, but
Oh yeah.
um,
Well, it's fine. I'm logging in right now. Yeah, you said something about your bridges. You don't got a
yeah,
moat?
I stuck them in a glass. And then I didn't go to town for like 3 months or something. My son was doing all the town runs, and the water in the glass dried up, and so my plates dried up, and then I can't wear them. I can't get them in right now. So I've got
What
to
are plates?
take
What are you
them back.
talking about? You wear plates? Aussies are fucking weird.
Bridges, like it's a bridge. It's what you guys call them bridges, but in Australia we call it a plate. So it's a plate with an extra. Hey,
to walk on? What are you talking about?
no, the teeth. Did I get cut out every time I said teeth? Did I?
No, I just didn't know what you meant. Oh, your teeth look fine. Bitch, look, I'm missing entire teeth, dude. I've got them fucking knocked out.
That's my new plate. That's my new bridge there. You can kind of see the silver thing holding it on, but I don't know what happened. I can't get them in, so I have to take them back to.
Well, you're
the
lovely. You've got a great smile. You look dope as fuck. You look like a lady that I would buy a timeshare from, honestly. Like, I would fucking get a timeshare. I'd be like, yeah, I'll come to fucking Australia and pet the dingoes. Also, why do you guys all look like young, friendly zookeepers? What is that about?
I don't know.
Like a young, like how Terry Irwin and Steve Irwin were. I feel like is it Rescuers Down Under? I feel like everybody in Australia, no matter how old you guys get, you all look like 30 and you all look like happy.
Well, that's the Indian that makes me look younger than I am. I'm actually 50.
Okay. Because you look real fucking wicked young. Also, I was looking at my cursor
54, actually. I missed a few years there.
There you go. You guys, you just saw the big reveal of your Auntie Aussie. All right, who would fuck her? No, I'm just kidding. No, seriously. You guys all look really fucking young. What's the water situation there? Like, do you guys got good water? Is it air pressure? What's going on?
Well, I don't know that that's the case. Like my landlord's only in his 40s and he looks 10 years older than me. So
Oh, I wasn't talking about the men. I never acknowledge the men. We're talking about the hoes. Everybody there looks really young. It's fucking wild. And you guys do a lot of ecstasy, right? Aren't y'all always don't you always be raving up there? I feel like you guys always have good raves.
we have bush parties, but I don't do any drugs or drink alcohol. But we have pretty crazy bush parties where people get on it, yeah. But they're fun.
Everything you said, I don't understand, and I feel like it could be secret for like we boof a little meth. Like, what do you guys do out there? What's going on? You guys got crab stealing lunches. I've seen that on YouTube. Chris Lilly, very funny. What else is going? Like, what do you guys do? Like, what do you do all day?
I don't think I do what normal Australians do.
Okay.
So I go camping a lot. I guess that's pretty normal, but I go camping at bush doors. I spend like weekends doing lighting for like a disco a party in the bush.
A disco in the bush, dude.
Yeah.
Aussie.
It's not really a disco, but yeah, the best way to describe it. Flashing lights, lasers, electronica music.
Lasers in the bush, dude? Last time I had lasers in my bush, no, I'm just kidding. But so wow, that's kind of crazy. Like, do you I'm sorry. Kids. I'm reading all of your comments, and I'm like, God damn! Like everybody's talking about how good your skin is and what skincare Australia is. Yeah, ayahuasca. They have that. So, what do you mean? So, bush parties, like just outside parties with good lighting. Like you guys set up. Like it's like. Do you have a stage or is it like a
Kind
bar?
of like it's kind of like Burning Man, but over a weekend. So
Oh,
we'll rock up on Friday, morning, start setting everything up, build a bunch of structures, some shade.
bonfire.
We have fire restrictions here, so
Oh,
not so
because
much
it's
fire.
bush. Yeah.
We'll build a stage, we'll build the lighting, we'll build like pretty shade sails and laser lighting and DJs. There's a full weekend of music. So music will start Friday night and it won't wrap up until like Sunday night. It depends if it's a long weekend, Monday night. So yeah, it's kind of like a miniature Burning Man. You know how like they move out there from
Oh
this
yeah.
bare landscape, build it all up into this great massive
Mhm.
thing, and then it's all gone again a week later. It's kind of like that, except it's just a weekend. So obviously it's not those big.
You know what? I love this comment. You're right. It does sound like the gathering of the juggalos, and I love that for them. But instead of juggalos, it's like I don't know. I heard that Australia has a ton of MDMA, so I'm gonna call it the huggalos. But it sounds fun as fuck, and we have that shit in Texas. Not the juggalos thing, but we have something similar to Burning Man, or at least we did. It was called Art Outside, where they do
Yeah,
a bunch of
nice.
art installations outside. Like there's like 1,000 TVs set up and they're all fuzzy and they're in a crazy structure and oh fucking fly. And there's like cool lit up art installations, but it's in the middle of a field and it's like, where the fuck did they get electricity? We do that. And then there's mudding and bonfires and food and shit like that. But goddamn, Australia sounds like a big ass Burning Man, honestly. Do you ever go surfing?
No, my daughter and her kids and her partner are all very big into surfing. Her dad is actually the oldest Australian longboard championship holder.
Wait, what? Your ex is a longboard champ?
My daughter's
Oh,
partner, his
okay.
dad, his dad is the oldest longboard champion in Australia.
How old is he?
70, I can't remember, 8.
He longboards now in his 70s?
Yep.
That's fucking sick. I can't even longboard in my 40s. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I can't even get on a surfboard.
Yeah, no, fuck that. Surfboard. No, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. So,
No.
what's the scariest poisonous animal you've ever fucked with? You ever been bit by anything? Sorry.
That I have fucked with.
Yeah.
The scariest poison. I don't know. I've come across all of them. Like
Have you ever been bit?
funnel webs. No, never been bit. Funnel webs, like in this area, this is like the home for funnel web spiders. So that's a poisonous. If you're not at the doctor's within a couple of hours, you're dead kind of spider. And then there's, snakes. I guess I've tangled with I haven't physically tangled with, but I've almost been bailed up by a taipan snake.
Okay.
So that's one of our most deadliest snakes.
Okay.
I actually thought it was it was really weird. We had this like downpour in the house we were renting. The back area sort of like leaked inside onto the carpets.
Mm-hmm.
I had gone in there and pulled the rugs and everything back to and put the fan on it to like dry it all out. And I think it was a heater actually I put on it. When I came back, the lead for the heater was all coiled up on the floor, and I went to pick it up and it moved, and I was like, holy fuck, that's not actually all lead. It was taipan all wrapped up in there. So that was pretty close.
You touched it? Did you touch it?
No.
Thank fucking Christ.
I recognised quick enough what it was.
I wanted to see, I don't know if you have 5 more minutes. I'm gonna end it in a second, but I forgot the lexicon. Do you want to just go over these like 10 vocabulary words with me real quick?
Sure.
Okay, cool. I'm going to make these big. So I wanted to end it with this. You guys, are you excited? You learned oh yeah, there was one more question. Calamity wants to know, she found you when your son helped with a recreation video. She wants to know, who is your son and what does he do, if she may?
My son's name's Corza on YouTube, Corza. He's a 3D artist, and he helps. Well, he just does a lot of 3D stuff. So he kind of does a lot of stuff that's with different companies. Like he'll do short ads in 3D for drone pilots and drone equipment, drone companies. He's doing like a short movie right now. I think the video that you're referring to was Did the Hair Move? You know, the hair in the Sally Port.
Yeah.
So we actually recreated that hair. We actually built a 3D model of that hair. And I'm telling you, the hair moved. It actually flipped upside down.
Oh, I did see that video. That was your son who made that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick as fuck. Dude. We'll put a link to his there's one fly that's fucking tormenting me. We'll put a link to your son below so he can get some fucking heat. Ernie wants to know, have you ever been to America?
Nope.
Dude, we got to get you over here. You got to witness the horror. You got to be here for the shack and horror. Any thoughts about coming? Are you going to come visit? You going to come visit Aunt Deb?
You know, I've met so many great Americans. I'm actually keen to come over. And it's not because I like America. It's because the Americans that I've met and I know now. So I actually don't like America. I would never go there if it was the last place on earth. But
dude,
there's so many people I want to meet.
Yeah, you got to go to Malibu. I mean, look, it's too expensive. The people there are insufferable, but the fucking PCH is so beautiful. The Pacific Coast Highway makes it worth talking to strangers. Really dig it. There's some pretty shit. If anything, go to Hawaii. Fuck it. Just go to Hawaii. It's amazing. It's beautiful. And there's a lot of Japanese cuisine and integration. So it's almost like going to a combo of an island that's basically it's a combo of Hawaii and Japan, really. And they don't tell you that at first. But when you're eating sushi at a Dairy Queen, you're like, what is this mystery place? I love it. What was the name of that excellent Aussie show? Probably Flight of the Conchords. Oh no, Glitch. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that excellent Aussie show. Probably. Yes. Can you narrow it down a little?
Yeah, it's probably Flight of the Conchords. What was it called? Glitch. I don't know. Yeah, I will kill that fly. As soon as we're done, Dad's gonna go get a gun and I'm gonna shoot that fly in the fucking face. You understand me? Because we're in Texas and that's how you kill bugs here. Let's look at this vocabulary list, because this is the shit, you kids who have not looked into the Karen Reed stuff. You're gonna see some shit and you're gonna go, what does that mean? And I thought, let's go over it. And that's what I call the lexicon. You're going to discover the Commonwealth. You're going to hear that a lot. What does that mean? Aussie Insider, what the fuck does the Commonwealth mean?
Queen's country. Mm-hmm. The Commonwealth is the Queen's common. What were they called back then when England was in charge? I forget what we were called. We were called part of the English. Actually, we're still called it. I just can't think of the word for some reason. But yes, Australia is also a Commonwealth. Just so you know, it's a Commonwealth country. It's part of the Empire. None of your business says, but it's not the word I was looking for.
It's really just a fancy way of saying the prosecution, like the people against Karen, the people who are trying to prosecute Karen. So
right, it means the state versus
it's
the person.
State.
In Australia, it's the Crown.
Yeah. And you would think they would just say Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, but they don't. They say the Commonwealth because You guys are fucking doing extra. It's the only way I can explain it. So if you see people say the CW on Twitter, they are not talking about that sick ass TV station that will be debuting NXT next week. They're not talking about the place you used to watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They're talking about the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Okay. What's a turtle rider?
A turtle rider. Well, it's not someone who rides turtles. The
Well,
turtle
who fucks a turtle? Statue. If we're talking about the statue, not
turtle
really. Yeah, turtle fucker. What does that know?
No, a turtle rider is so we all have our own nicknames for people on our channels. You call your guys, what do you call your guys?
It's the fucking kids.
The
Feral kids.
The feral kids. And on my channel, it's like, shut the fuck up, you're annoying me. No. I actually have
She's funny. I love it when Aussies cuss. So funny. Shut the fuck up. I want her to say cunt. I love it when she says cunt. So on your channel, it's shut the fuck up. You're annoying me. That's what you tell them. Yeah, latchkey kids. You guys are fucking fearless shit. But a turtle.
In Australia, in Australia, we call mates cunt and cunts mate.
You said that before, and it makes me laugh every fucking time. I actually love it. Yeah, I do call him Turtleman. Because I believe he has ascended to man. I think it's silly to call him boy. He's an adult. He's bald. We're gonna call him Turtleman. But respect, with all due respect, like I actually mean that. I do respect him, but also Turtleman, please. So a turtle rider, right? It's somebody who is ride or die for Turtle Boy, the fellow we were talking about earlier. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And they're a little separate, I would say. That's what you were telling me from the FKR movement, which is Free Karen Reed. While they both
he more or less started the Free Karen Reed movement.
Yeah, he did.
So I can't take that away from him.
Separate. They're symbiotic in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that you can be Free Karen Reed, but also not necessarily be into Turtle Boy, I guess. But you can't be in Turtle Boy without being Free Karen Reed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and also there's just been a little bit more distinction.
She'll be back. She's in the woods. Your auntie's in the woods right now. Give her a moment. Auntie Aussie is going to come out of the woods and she's going to tell you more about Karen Reed. She's coming.
Every time I open my mouth, eh?
No, you're good. Hey, what's a select board, by the way? I'm still trying to figure that shit out.
Select board is it's like the town council. So we have town councils here in Australia, which would be the same, but the town council basically runs the local, police and facilities and stuff like that. So that's what the select board is basically.
Okay, that's the best way I can explain it too. It's it's a fancy, again, we're cutesying up everything. We're changing the names, but it's really just a city council meeting, right? And if you guys remember, Bob, remember him? Bob's the guy who's just fucking constantly coming under his desk and rolling his eyes in the back of his head and fucking making mouth breather decisions. And even though we absolutely hate what he says, sometimes he's right, but other times he's just a fucking invalid. And he runs the meetings and we scream at him a lot and we laugh at him. That Bob. That guy runs the select board. And oddly enough, so when John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of his house, the brother of the guy in the house, right? Wait, no, not Matt McKay. The brother-in-law of Jen and Matt, the people who... Nope, I'm wrong again. The brother of the guy in the house, Chris Albert. Fuck, these people, they are the McPoyles. They really are. Chris Albert's brother, Brian Albert, his lawn is where John O'Keefe was found. Chris Albert killed a guy, just like Caitlyn Jenner, just like Scott Hall. But in this case, he was wasted driving down the street. Well, actually, just like Caitlyn Jenner. Anyway, killed a guy. And just like Rex Heuermann's brother. and got away with it. And what's interesting is Bev Canoni, the judge in all of this, her brother, right, is the one who was on. Didn't he represent Chris Albert in that case?
Yep.
Yeah. So conflict of interest right away. Nobody seemed to care because Massachusetts was being a real Texas. And they said, bang, bang, pew, pew. It's the wild fucking West. Who gives a shit? Get off my property. And that is the story of how you and me became. That's how I met your mother, basically. Like, Canton became Texas that day. It was very infuriating, hard to watch, because why the fuck would Bev not recuse herself? It makes no fucking sense, because that day Bev woke up and she chose violence. She Richard Allen. She said, I'm having a bad day. And she ate the Constitution, but she swallowed it. And no one's ever going to get to see it again, because now she makes up the fucking rules. And that's why it's funny when your aunt makes fun of her. At the same time, one of the guys on the Canton Select Board is Chris Albert, the one who killed the guy, the one whose brother had the dead guy on his lawn, the one who drinks a lot and acts like a fucking idiot and runs a pizza shop, and his son punches people in bathrooms and loses fights, and apparently cannot tell a lie when he's zannied out, but he still does. And is just, he made all the fun videos, little Colin. It's a lot. It's a lot. And Chris Albert's on that board, and he also is the one who threatened microdots. And the one who, that whole family said Turtle Boy was witnessing to all of it. Ties together. Time is a flat circle. He's homies with Jill Daniels. That's all you need to know. The point is, it's a lot. And this guy's, he's a psycho, and he's on the select board who makes city decisions for the whole town. One of the decisions that they have to make, by the way, is
he's the Minister of Transport.
And oddly enough, transport is what ended up getting a man killed by his drunk ass. So he's in charge of who drives the ship, which makes no fucking sense. And it's really fascinating the way it works, like how you can just like kill a guy driving, and then it's like, hey, you run transport. It's like, how does that? So if I, like, if you molest someone, you shouldn't be in charge of sex ed at the high school. That's all I'm saying. What's a berm? Do we know?
I missed it. I cut out. Do we know what
a berm is? It's a tree, right? Or the ground?
No, it's the curb.
It's a curb.
It's the curb, the concrete curb. Like in Australia, we call it the gutter, but like you've got your asphalt, and then it's got the concrete gutters on the sides.
Okay, so the other day, everybody said it was a tree stump type thing, and then everybody else said before that just the ground. So no, jury's still out on berm?
No, it's the curb. It's definitely the curb.
Okay, why did they do this to us?
Because they're assholes.
Okay, what is New England?
New England is just down the road here from me. It's a little like area, voting sort of area.
I'm not going to make you do it. I'm not going to make you do it. It's nobody knows. Nobody knows. They won't know. All right, let's move on.
It's part of the Commonwealth. Every Commonwealth country.
No, don't try to
invaded. Okay.
You're never gonna. Listen. We're not gonna get stuck into this. It's gonna be like the Zodiac Killer. Okay. Nobody knows what New England is. I have yet to hear a single person list the correct states and why. It is a concept. It is like anonymous, and I'm over it. I'm done with it. I need proof of New England, and then I'm gonna need proof of Nebraska because I'm getting pissed. Aussie, and also I'm not pissed at you. I'm pissed at the Commonwealth.
That's good.
FKR is free Karen Reed. We went through that. It's a movement. Auntie Bev. That's something I feel like we need to point out. Auntie Bev is Judge Beverly Canoni. Now, no one told me that at first, so I had no idea who the fuck everyone was talking about. And just in case you get stuck in that time warp, Judge Canoni is Auntie Bev. I have no idea why we call her that. Do you, Aussie Insider?
I do. Back in pre-trial motions.
We'll wait. I want to know. I've been wondering this.
Yeah,
for
before that.
Okay, wait, cut you out. You have to tell me. This is my holy grail.
Right. So what happened was when Turtle Boy was going around sticking cameras in everybody's faces just before he got arrested for intimidating witnesses, he had received texts from Matt McCabe, or was it Sean McCabe, one of the McCabe boys? Sean, yeah. And
it's okay. They received text from Sean McCabe, the boys. We'll remember when she comes back. We'll remember. We'll tell her the right one. Are you there?
Yeah, you might have to tell her because I can't stay freaking connected.
We're so close to being done. Okay, here, we'll let you pick the last one. Okay, well, why don't you finish out with that, and then I'll let you go, and I'll tell them the rest. But
Sean McCabe texted TB and said he threatened him first, and then he said, "Whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your body under?"
There it is. That's where
your
it's from.
corpse under, or something like that. So
He said under Auntie Bev's cottage, right? Because I remember cottage.
Yeah, he said
in the Cape.
Auntie Bev's coming for you, and TB was like, "Who's Auntie Bev?" And he's like, "Whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your corpse under?" Something like that. So
is that why it's called Yellow Cottage Tales? That fucking dingus, the fucking total idiot, the fucking
I think he just
slur
ate,
here.
I think he just ate too much cottage cheese when he was a kid.
Oh God,
I
what
don't
an
know.
insufferable human. We're gonna talk about him on another one, but God damn that guy. I just want to see him get fucking catfish from some 90-day fiance Nigerian dude. Oh fuck. What a loser, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only. Listen, you've been an utter delight. Thank you for going through all of this with us today. I hope to
No,
have
I don't want to go. I want to hear the crusty panties.
Okay, so crusty panties. So this is a crazy lady who definitely used to huff gas a little too long at the pump, in my opinion. This is a woman who was made for Jerry Springer. She was not ahead of her time. She was behind her time. She'd been born 10 years earlier. She could have had a fucking career in being white trash. She is literally every person you've ever met who is conniving and willing to go the distance. Like the distance that Rita would go, the distance that Turtle Boy would go, but to do bad shit. Like she is the Dr. Robotnik, the Hussy Smollett, the fucking biggest psycho. She is, oh God, it would be respectable if it wasn't terrifying. She's kind of like the lady in the actual Catfish documentary where Nev goes back and he's like, wow, what a psycho. This is so sad. But imagine if that lady, you didn't feel the pity because she was so fucking annoying. She's like the fucking dinosaurs that spit at you in Jurassic Park, but like gross, like really gross. She is the friend of your older sister who you wish would get drunk and drive off a cliff. She is.
This is how gross. This is how gross. Think of the literal interpretation of crusty panties.
Yep.
That's how she got her nickname, from the literal interpretation. She used to work for Turtle Boy, and she stayed at his house one time, and she kicked her knickers off, and that's what he saw, and he was like, ew.
And listen, I had a college roommate in our dorm with that. She gave it to all the boys. It's typically chlamydia. It could be giardia, in the words of Aunt Deb. It doesn't matter what it is. It is her personality too. It's not just a stain in the panties. It's a stain in the brain, ladies.
Right. And the
You
other reason that we
do that.
say it is because we don't want to give her channel any traffic. So we all just
Yeah.
use her non-channel name. No one's going to find a crusty panties on the internet.
Yeah. And None Your Shit Business has a great point. We call in comedy, we call them chuckle fuckers. They're groupies, right? For comedians. But in this case, she's like a free Karen Reed groupie, right? Like she's trying to fuck her way to the middle, but she can't because no one wants to fuck her. And that is really sad. The other one, the Lindsay chick, she can get dolled up and still has some sores, but she's a little like she can't get on The Bachelor, but she could probably
Imagine how unfuckable you are when you kick your knickers off and the guy's like, ooh.
Dude, she could get laid at like a truck stop in Philly, but nowhere else. Like nowhere else. So like it's really absurd that she's entered the chat so much in so many spaces. But this is, I mean, if a human was MRSA, she's MRSA. Like the second she touches some shit, just chew your arm off and run away. It's not worth it. She will pretend to be so many people at once. She's wild as fuck, dude. She's unhinged. She is Girl Interrupted. And she used to be affiliated with Turtle Boy, and then she was like, she went psycho, dude. And here's the thing. When we live in a society where like a guy does some dumpster ass whole shit or some fucking rapey shit, like a lot of people will just turn without questions, like always believe the victim no matter what. This chick's so crazy that nobody believes her. And it's because she just lies so much. We all are like on board with, yo, Turtle Boy, we are so sorry you fucking did that, dog. My bad, dude. Like we should have fucking found you a safe ride home, dude. But the thing is, we didn't realize that like this was gonna be like people aren't usually that crazy. She's the Penguin in the Michael Keaton Batman. She's a problem. They did use her. You know, they used her. And here's the thing. If you're going to be like, might I be of service? Can I be useful? And then someone goes, sure, I can use you to help me with this. And then they fucking turn around and go, and they light everything on fire. They commit arson. And then they fucking start calling your parents and they're like, he fucked me. Like she's fucking crazy. Just know there are seppuku eyes there. Then the FBI used her. Everybody used, the cops used her. They're like, hey, this is a good fucking source. They had no idea they were fucking with the Babadook, dude. That's crusty panties.
I think Little Irish Girl's actually closer to the mark than the story I just told you, but I knew it had to do with the literal word crusty panties.
She lived with someone and they called Turtle Boy and said the crusty pan. And let's be honest, that could have been her. That's how crazy she is. She could have been the one calling Turtle Boy like, yeah, I used to fucking live with. This is a bitch who spreads rumors about herself to get attention.
Yeah.
That's scary shit. It's really scary. Okay, let's wrap it up. Okay, Billy Tibbetts. A lot of people like to say this is a hockey player. Yes, there is a hockey player named Billy Tibbetts. Yes, he used to live in Massachusetts. No,
Free Billy Tibbetts.
That's not what they were talking about. So at the beginnings of the trial, pre-trial shit, Bev had people on Zoom. This opened it up to the entirety of the internet. A lot of fucking Baba Booies called in. But instead of saying Baba Booey, they yelled free Billy Tibbetts and they kept having to pause it, right? So with that said, everybody started going, who the fuck is Billy Tibbetts? The rumor went around. This is where I come in. This is what I can contribute to the trial. Is who the fuck is Billy Tibbetts? Billy Tibbetts is a guy who Judge Cannoni once fucking presided over shortly before. He put up a song on Instagram, a hip-hop song. He is a rapper where he is waving around guns and money, doing illegal things with his friends. And he's saying like, bang, bang, I shot them. Here's everything that I did that's bad, but in a much cooler way. No cap. I shot all these motherfuckers. I sprayed them with bullets. Here's how I did it. Here's where I did it. Here's why I did it. And then he put it out. He's like, I'm a shooter. I'm a shooter. Cool. Neat, bro. He puts it out. Turns out he might have shot someone. So he goes on trial. There's a lot of evidence because he actually did it and he said he did it. And then like there was evidence that he did it. And that was totally reasonable, right? He gets put away. The song comes out on TikTok. It does all right. It's not the best. His homies say, you know what? We're going to stand by our man. And they start calling the trial and screaming, free Billy Tibbetts. The entire world interpreted Billy Tibbetts to mean the hockey player who had a couple of DWIs and used to live in Massachusetts. No, 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 no. Don't get it twisted. Billy Tibbetts, our man, I think his name's like O'Dalla. I'll put a link to his shit below. Yes, he admitted it. Yes, there was evidence. Yes, his friends were there and turned on him. Yes, he wrote a song about it. Yes, it all lined up perfectly. But we should free him anyway. Just cuz. Anyway, claw means white claw. Ba means bar and river means river. And I put those in there because Massachusetts people, y'all fucking talk weird as shit. And it also took me a while to figure out like why, like claw, like the dog claw, like a drink. There's a lot of claws in this trial. You're gonna get dog claws, you're gonna get drink claws. There's a lot of fucking the ba. There's no sheeps in the room, people. This is how they talk. River sounds just crazy. It's river, but it's fine. I still love you. I love The Departed, and I enjoy Boston. Please never change. NKOTB rules, and that's all I have to say about this. Would you like to add anything to the lexicon? Did I miss anything? And you know, anything you want to say before you go, Aussie Insider?
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
I appreciate the space and the laugh. I really needed the giggle, actually. I've been copping shit for making mistakes over my channel. I've been flat chat with other things, trying to punch out videos, and I've not researched something clear enough, or I've read something that's confused me and not, followed it up. So I got people riding my ass at the moment.
Well, listen, you fucked up, and you're a dumb bitch, and you should be canceled, and nobody likes you. No, I'm just fucking kidding. No, listen, fuck them. They can all eat a dick. You're allowed to fuck up. You're human, right?
Right. Exactly.
If you correct it later, who gives a fuck? Correct it later. Listen, everybody's gonna fuck up. The internet's critical. If they do that shit to you, send them go talk to dad. Go talk to my people. I'll fucking talk to them. Let me talk to them.
It's all right. I'm handling it. It just was nice to have a giggle instead of, fielding dumb comments. It gets you down. I have to say, the majority, at least 98% of my audience are terrific. They're wonderful. They're kind. They're always complimenting me. I love reading their comments. They're the ones who pick me up. It's just, you get those dickheads who all just do it all at once. So you get those little clusters at once. And sometimes I just got a vent.
Well, have a giggle. Sometimes I try to look at everything as a family, right? If you like someone, if you don't like someone, they can still be family. I think that sometimes we need those little dickheads, the fucking vicious ones, the ones who act like crusty panties, the awful ones. The worst part of our actual family is who we kind of need sometimes sprinkled in every chat online or every conversation, because that's what makes it feel like a real family. That's what makes it the Olive Garden, is having that one fucking cunt who's just fucking calling you names and being a little racist and talking about who they're voting for and demanding that you show them the silver mine or whatever. Like, if we don't have that fucking dickhead, it's, can get a little boring sometimes. So, like, I think we should be thankful for our haters. I think they keep us motivators, and fuck them in the face with a chainsaw. Like, am I wrong?
With a chainsaw. No, you're right. There's always a cunt in the crowd. Always. But
there's always a cunt. Let them yell a little. Let them embarrass themselves. Who cares?
It's good fun to just let your hair down and not be serious for a little bit. And that's what I love about you and Auntie Deb, that I can just have that break and really just let my hair down. So I really appreciate you inviting me on and going through the list of, what was today's list? Breaking down the outliers.
The outliers, the people, they're not like, you guys weren't there, you didn't do it, you're not related, but you play a big role. Play a big role.
They do.
And Deb would play a bigger role if he'd go to the fucking meetings. She'd go to the fucking meetings. Maybe we could get, dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine Bev and Rita sipping margaritas? Like Rita and like Rita's with Rita. Like, how is it not a thing? What are
How?
we doing here? How, dude? It's like butter. Like, we need that shit. Like, we need it. And I need him to throw more rocks at Miss Park's head and make skits about it. Dressed as Jen McCabe. I need Jen McCabe at a meeting. I need your ass over here running over our kangaroos. We just call them deer. Like, we need you fucking. I need to see you plummeting through the fucking highway with just Judge Bev and Deb just dressed up. Uncle Frank in the back with, for some reason, like a weird bandana on her head, fucking sunglasses at night. Like, I want to see you guys cruising through these hills one day, just fucking listening to some shit like Freebird. And can't wait for you to visit against your will, because I know you don't want to fucking come here. We have to make it happen. We have to make it happen, dude. We got to make it happen.
Well, I got to build my house first. I can't be wasting money traveling when I've got to build a house.
Which reminds me, we got to get you a shitter. We got to get you a crapper. So if you guys go to Aussie Insider's page, which I'm going to put below in a link, you can click our screen name right now. You can get the fuck out of here. Go there right now. Fucking donate this bitch some money. Let's get a crapper for her. What was it? Cash for craps? We're fucking doing it, you guys. We're going to have a whole...
It's a much better idea. Like, they wanted to buy me an antenna so I don't cut out all the time like that.
You know what? We can get you a combo. We'll get you a bidet on a crapper attached to a septic tank with a fucking dish network, whatever you need. Okay, we'll fucking figure it out. We'll get you top. We'll look at Japan. We'll see what they have. I'm sure they have something. It'll probably play beach sounds or the sound of Lally fucking mumbling into the microphone to lull you to sleep while you take dumps. But we're gonna get that shit. We're gonna get it going. Thank you for being here. I find you amazing. I just love you. I love your accent. And I love that you're always willing to answer my questions about shit and animals. So thank you.
You're welcome. Can I please book you for a conversation about the Richard Allen case? Because I really need someone to go over this with me so that I don't sound like I'm a fucking crazy person, which everyone's treating me like a crazy person because I don't necessarily lean towards innocent or guilty in this case.
I love on the fence. I love
not. What is wrong with you?
No, I love a good Sweden moment, hun. I'm fine with it. I'm actually, I lean towards the fence too. And you know what? I could be fucking wrong. Richard could be totally innocent and I'm a dickhead. We haven't seen shit yet comparably. Like when it goes to look at a real trial in Indiana for like any murder case, like fucking remember Herb Braumeister? Like that guy had so many bodies and like that shit's still not done. It's been years and they're still
Isn't Idaho still trying to kill that Gleason guy that they couldn't get the needle in back in January or February?
Fucking there's a guy who's begging Nevada to kill him and they won't do it. Like this shit's gonna drag on forever. And even if he gets convicted, he's gonna have so many different years to appeal, or he could be totally fucking innocent. And I'm a dumb son of a bitch. It's fine. Like it's not gonna change anything. We'll wait and see. We don't know. Like, I don't need to be the fucking first to fucking predict some shit. This is a man's life. Like, I'm very interested in the process and what they have against him. I have my feelings just based on things I've seen that to me go, I feel like this could be a pretty great match. Like, however, I've been wrong. There have been places where, like, for example, the Evansdale girls. How is it that there's a guy hitting 18 different spots where he's picking up two girls using the same fucking gimmick and definitely killed some right next to where they went missing and then lived in the same town and was there and somehow didn't do it? It's possible. Coincidences do happen.
Right.
I'm who gives a fuck if someone thinks he did or didn't? Like, we don't know.
You know what it is? You're not afraid. You're like myself. You're not afraid to be wrong. It's okay if you're wrong. Like,
dude, I'm wrong all the time.
Might be the wrong theory, I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's a good thing to be wrong because like that means an innocent guy got off who you thought was, but also like we live in a world, it's so weird where you're not allowed to adjust your thinking. Like you're just, why do you have to be ride or die for everything? Like some things it's like, let's wait and fucking see. And at the same time, like none of us know Richard Allen. Like we
Right.
don't know the girls. We don't know why does everybody fucking get so mad at each other? Like calm down, dude.
Yeah, calm your fucking britches.
Yeah, if Grant Smith Ellis wasn't so fucking annoying and didn't tweet so much bullshit, he could be a cool guy, but he wants to be fucking insufferable. It's fine. It's fine. No sweat off my fucking back.
Right.
It's fucking wild. Like people.
One of the things that I think about the Allen case is that you and I know the dark web, and that's what gives us a different perspective. People who aren't familiar with what the dark web is and what's going on there aren't going to key with that side of it. I expect it to come up in trial. Eventually it's going to come out.
Well, also, like, here's another thing. Like, a lot of people think that the existence of a Tor browser means someone's doing something bad. Like, just in case you guys didn't know, like, the FBI hacked Tor a long time ago, and they collect data in the form of cookies on it. So, literally, Tor has been infiltrated for a long time. Like, if you use it, you're not safe. It's people who use more complex software that do that shit now. They had to step up their game. That's why you also see so many more CSAM busts than before, because there's a system, and literally the FBI doesn't even need informants. Like they literally hacked Tor. Like this is well known too. Yet the people who should know it somehow don't. Like especially people in foreign countries. Like they don't realize that yet, I think. And these people work with Interpol constantly, but the point is, like Richard, Keegan, like they both had Secret Service extractors and the FBI working on the case. The FBI hacked Tor. They both had Tor browsers, I'm pretty sure. That means if they were going on the dark web, it would still all be trackable because the FBI hacked the browser they use. So like, I think if they were doing shit on there, I'm pretty positive we would have seen that already, or we will see it in this trial. So if that's true, we'll see it. But if
it come out in trial, and they don't want to show the hand. People are like, we want to see that evidence. It's like, no, they can't show the hand. It's the one thing. There's always that one thing about a crime that only the criminal that did it knows. You can't just go and put it out there and show everybody that's your hand, because it's the only thing that the criminal knows. It's the only thing that you can connect the criminal to. Then you don't want it out there. So you're not going to say, hey, everybody, here's my evidence.
Yep.
And you can all give him a freaking, kind of like we're doing with Karen, alibi or whatever.
Yeah. And there's also like, I think it's in our best interest on all cases to look at the defense and the prosecution side once we do have that evidence, because, I do think it's important to be able to go, is this a reasonable narrative? That's kind of what our whole justice system is built on, as far as like, reasonable doubt against somebody who you're accusing of a crime. It's vital that we be able to explain that, and it needs to be clear to a jury. And I just hope that in Richard's case, in Karen's case, in any case, that it's the best of the best. I want to see the best case, because that's going to end up with the right person going to jail, ideally.
Right, it's not justice unless it's the right person.
Yeah, and also like it's going to minimize the possibility for an appeal. And that's why that's why the defense should be the best defense possible for any person who is accused. Especially when there's not as much physical evidence as one would like. You need to have really good defense attorneys so that there's no, like mistrial, appeal, shit like that. Like the person can't file, what is it, the habeas corpus? Like, there's all this shit that can go down after they're convicted, and the process to kill someone is like 20 fucking years. So,
and that's a lot of the shenanigans people are noticing. They think the state might be up to shady business, but they might just be trying to head him off at the pass so that he can't appeal. And that might look shady to people who don't understand that that's part of the process.
Yeah.
I got a last story. I'm going to sign off and let you finish with your own crowd, but
Okay.
I just wanted to tell you this last story because it's actually funny. It's a little bit lighter than where we were going, but when I saw my grandson last, I was telling my daughter about the dark web stuff, and I mentioned dark web, and he piped up and he goes, Grandma, I've been to the dark web. And I went, no, you haven't. And he's like, yeah, I have. And I'm like, how the hell do you know how to get to the dark web? He goes, look, and he brings his laptop over and he goes into his game. I think it was Roblox or something. I don't know what game it was. I can't remember, but he goes into his game and he like toddles off into this corner, and then there's this bright sign that says dark web, and he goes in the door.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And I just laughed. Hey, I was like, yep, okay, you've been to the dark web. I give up.
Yeah. I watched a Roblox video that popped up, and I was like, what is this? And then I realized it was Roblox, and it's literally just adults who create the Roblox character to have interactions and kind of create like a red versus blue type thing, but they make really wild characters. And somebody basically made like a Ricky Lake one where like it was like 10 friends and they were replaying Ricky, like cosplaying Ricky Lake in Roblox, and I fucking loved it. And now I'm like, shit, am I gonna need to start getting? And then I was like, no, I'm not gonna fucking get a Roblox, especially with what I talk about. Like, no fucking way. But yeah, that shit's hilarious, dude. Like, kids are wild. They're doing galaxy gas now. Don't let them get near that shit. Like, that's the wildest shit I've seen in a while. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Don't fucking buy whipped cream for your kids anymore, people. We're done with that. We're over with that. They fucking abuse that privilege. We're done. All right. Well, it was so good to see you.
No worries. I thought it was just a cute little story to end on. Thanks for having me,
That's
guys.
great.
Much appreciated. And I'll talk to you very soon. We'll book that conversation.
Yeah, we'll talk, Richie. We'll talk. And thank you so much. Everybody go to her page. I'm going to put a link below and say bye to your Aunt Aussie.
Bye.
Bye. Fuck yeah, you guys. That was fun. We went through the key players. Now listen, I love you to death. You're the best kids. Thank you so much for coming to my PowerPoint presentation today. Why don't we end on, I don't know, some kind of cool, some like maybe fucking nothing. I love you guys to death. You have a good one. That's right. It's a Polish goodbye. Thank you.